Hello, can everybody hear me? Mic check, mic check, mic check. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome, 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 welcome. Well, I just had a few things I wanted to speak about today. I actually wanted to come on last night and talk about it, but my grandson was here and he was making a lot of noise, so kind of got really distracted, so that's why I ended it so fast. But I wanted to talk to you guys about the misinformation on YouTube that we're getting from the manosphere, right? All of this doom and gloom and, no actual solutions. Um, so the first thing I wanted to say is, what are the positive things that the manosphere is offering to the women, right? Can anyone name something that's something positive? Because all I hear is, the women need to let the men lead. The women need to be submissive. The women need to do all of these things to change yourself to get a man, to get a husband, right? But then you never hear anything positive that the woman gets. She get a husband of what type of character? Like, what is it that she's winning with these manosphere men? It all sounds very abusive. They want to be the leader. They want her to be on her hands and knees cooking and cleaning, and then she got to go out and work a full-time job and pay half the bills. What is it that you would think? I just want somebody to name some positive things that if I was to say, hey, because I told y'all I'm going to be the new female leader of the manosphere, right? So far, all of the notes that I've taken up over the manosphere, I know that winter is coming for the women, right? I'm really good with that huge message of despair, right? We have to let all of the women know that you're about to hit the wall if you haven't hit it. And then once you hit it, you will certainly, of course, you'll die alone. Don't forget the cats. All of you women, you need cats. Okay, get you some cats. We know that women can't think as adults. Women are like children. Of course, we're not fully grown adults. So I'm trying to get some positive things to start teaching the manosphere points so I can sell it better. As a marketing tool for women, it's really not too enticing. So it just seems like a lot of deeply insecure men, and of course, men are better. So I do have those talking points down, and I do know how to shame and blame the women for everything. I do know how to say it was all the women's fault. The women's did it, and the women's did it too. I know how to do that really well. Um, hey, Black Beauty. Hey, honey. Girl, I'm dropping down all of the sciences so that when I become the leader of the manosphere, um, I have everything. And I was thinking, we gotta always remember to say winter is coming, even though spring is actually coming right now. But winter will come again, so we still keep that. Okay. Be prepared to die alone. You hit the wall. You gotta get cats. Women are like children. Damn, they really don't inspire you, So I'm looking for somebody to offer me some positivity today, offer some world views that's not so toxic, and making women into the slave class or secondary citizens. I don't think I can really sell that to the black woman right now. Um, so we do know that Cynthia G, she's very inspiring and she has a lot of confidence. And so we're going to take and see if she has anything to offer us. And then we're going to go back to the brothers and see what they're offering us because I want us to know. Wow. What's up, MJ? What's up, Mona Lisa? MJ, Mona Lisa. What's up, Kara? Miss I'm Not For Everyone? Yes. I sound so low. How about now? Hmm? How about now? So, yeah, that's what I want us to do because we are going to get us some inspiration. Okay, here you go. Let me make sure this sound is as far up as I can get it, ladies. Because we're going to have to get some inspiration.
Women need to do to really help the black man, and vice versa. The same thing with the black man. What do we need to do to help our black women? Because we are divided. You know, we are separated. So what do you think we need to do? What's going on with the black relationship, black male female relationship?
I think the core problem with the black male female relationship is that, again, there's not enough black men who really have a vested interest. I think because now they have access to other races of women, I think that removes any incentive for them to feel like they even have to do right by their women. Because right now, as it stands, is that if a black woman puts more expectations on a black man than he wants, he will simply go be with another race of women. And I think that has had a detrimental effect on the community. And if you look at history, there was a time where black women, and for the most part, black women still are extremely loyal to black men. I think black women are more loyal to black men than black men are to black women. Because, yeah, they are. And I'm going to tell you what shows that. What illustrates that is their unwillingness, for the most part, to deviate from black men as a mate. Okay? Because that right there shows you they want black men. If black women were engaging in the amount of racial disloyalty that black men were, there would be no black community right now. We would have probably already died out. We need to understand that it is because black women primarily want to be with and procreate with black men. That is why you still have the black community growing in numbers. If black women didn't, you would just have a bunch of the black community would be biracial because as it stands right now, the majority of the biracial people in this country, which is actually increasing, most of them have a black father and a white mother. So if black women were really to engage in this racial disloyalty to the extent that black men have, you wouldn't have a lot of black people. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't have a lot of black people now. I think that black women's loyalty to black men, although we do by and large have an attitude of disrespect towards black men, I would never say that black women respect black men. By and large, we don't. By and large, we don't believe that black men are able to be effective leaders. And I don't think that they've been shown that they've been able to be effective leaders. I don't think that we believe that they can be effective.
That's right there what you're saying.
Well, we don't.
You're saying that our women don't look at us or don't see us as effective leaders, sister?
No, by and large, we don't.
Y'all hear this, brothers? We gotta step our game up, family. We gotta step our game up, brothers.
So let me see what the chat. What do y'all think about that so far? Put my glasses on, my spectacles. So I know I read every other word without these glasses. Oh, she's still saying this whole thing. What stream was this? I hear Cynthia G through. This is on Cynetta. And I just happened to see it, and I thought this was very interesting. Yes, this one is so old. This was when Sin was in her black male worshiping days. But I still like what she was saying. Why is there this BS delusion where people are acting like black women didn't do ish for anyone? Yes. Here, ladies. Wow, it was good TMKC. MJ won. Not to have to keep up the lie because it'll show how disloyal and treasonous they've been. Yes, and this is what I wanted to, this is my message for today. You know, even when Cynthia G, before she became the one who we love, she always, you know, had some kind of balance and looked out for men, right? I just feel like it's a story that's never been told or that gets swept under the rug. And so here it goes, ladies.
Yes, sister.
I think that ignoring the mentality of the women and the belief system of the women that bring you into existence is very detrimental. Because I've had Black women come onto my channel and propose that Black women stop having children completely or completely just abort Black male baby. And I think that they're brushing that off as something of self-hate, which granted, some of them are operating from a place.
No, I want to tell you, this is a video from 2018. Okay, so this is not something current, but I want you to know that what she's talking about.
Self-hate. Some of them are not, though. They really believe that this is the solution to the problem because they.
We gotta step our game up, family. We gotta step our game up, brothers. Go ahead, sister.
I think that ignoring the mentality of the women and the belief system of the women that bring you into existence is very detrimental. Because I've had Black women come onto my channel and propose that Black women stop having children completely or completely just abort Black male baby. And I think that they're brushing that off as something of self-hate, which granted, some of them are operating from a place of self-hate. Some of them are not, though. They really believe that this is the solution to the problem because they believe that Black men are simply not going to stand up. So when you get your women to thinking that genocide is the solution, you're in a detrimental place. And although that number is low right now, it is increasing. And the thing of it is to me, I think that Black people really need to understand preventative measures. You don't let something get out of hand. You prevent it before it does. And there is a lot of women, a growing number of women in the Black community who not only believe that other races of men are better mates, they believe that Black men should be birthed into existence. And that needs to be paid attention to. And I think until Black men start showing that they are loyal to their women, that they value their women, and that they value the creation of Black children, by and large, I think the attitude and the mentality is not going to change. And I fear that Black men are not going to take it seriously, so it's not going to change. It's going to get worse.
All right. All right. That's powerful. And I know a lot of our people, we hate.
Wow. Did she or did she not predict this shit? Let me see what MJ says. Oh no, Kira says, MJ, that's why that gotta keep lying because they've been lying on Black women since the beginning and I'm sick of it. That's why MJ Hill says, MJ, not miss. Not exactly. They have to keep it up because deep down inside they know we have every right to walk away. Girl, listen, ladies. Listen, fair use.
We can't really take that truth hard when you say things like that. You know, the truth is hard, man. It's a hard pill to swallow.
Now, you guys saw that interview clip, and I must say myself, I haven't aged a bit, even over the past 4 years, but I'm not here to toot my horn. I wanted to make sure you guys understood where my mindset was years ago and why it has changed, because a lot of people like to speculate on here why I made certain changes, but the reality is nobody can tell my story but me. While many things have not changed, like me acknowledging that these bandits bandits are disloyal, that they're whitening themselves out by creating children with their preferences that are going to mate with other people of no color and turn white in 2 generations. It's happening in my family and many other people's family. I also spoke about, though, how these bandits, because they lack foresight, and this is something that's always been said about them as well, these bandits don't take what Black women say seriously. And one thing that I pointed out was this discussion that is now a big discussion in this space, which is, should we or should we not continue to birth these bandits? And during that time, I didn't really have a strong stance on this. I looked at it as a form of genocide because I wasn't really thinking into it. I didn't do any research. I was simply commenting on the fact that many people had said it already. And see, some people will say that I took these talking points from certain people and ran with it. But the reality of it is I've already acknowledged this was not a thought process of mine. And I just proved it back in 2019 when I made the prediction. This was not a thought process of mine. We are now in 2022 and many things have changed. And as things change, your perspective should change as well. I don't think that this is genocide. And you guys know a lot of people have said that that is what I'm encouraging. And that is not what I'm encouraging. What I'm encouraging is that you thin the herd. Because just like I said in 2019, and we are in 2023, these bandits are not loyal to you. And they are running around placing other people on a pedestal. It is very disrespectful and disgusting. There's a video that I saw on TikTok that someone tagged me in, and you guys may see some commentary coming on it later. But there was a bandit in there talking about how Black men need to abandon modern Black women as if they are a disease. And it's so interesting how the bandits who actually carry diseases the most statistically would, one, refer to the women who give birth to them as such, and two, suggest that they are abandoned as if they had not been doing that the entire time. There is no time in history when these bandits were not abandoning you. And that was prior to you having a modern mindset. That was prior to you being unsubmissive. That was prior to you not being cooperative and being on welfare because they abandoned you, or putting them on child support because they abandoned their children, and they were still doing it. And it didn't matter whether you were married or not. So when they sit up here and talk about you in these terms, just understand this is just another way for them to deflect. This is another way for them to demean and degrade you. This is another way for them to use you as a scapegoat for their failures, and they will continue to do it. In the video, I said that these bandits lack foresight. They don't have the mental or intellectual fortitude to be able to see something happening and stop the progression of it in the future, whether it's beneficial to them or harmful to them. And now all you see them doing is running around crying on the internet about a movement that I told them was going to become a movement. I told them 4 years ago that there was only a small amount of Black women who had the mindset that we should thin the herd and weaponize our wombs in order to better the community. And now that amount has grown significantly. Did I know I would be a part of that progression? Absolutely not. Did I plan to be a part of that progression? Absolutely not. But clearly, that is where I was supposed to evolve to. So when I get up here and I tell you guys, we need to thin the herd. You need to use your womb and your power to create life and bring life into existence for good. It is because I've given thought to this. It is because desperate times call for desperate measures. It is because we've allowed their disrespect and felonious, depraved behavior to become so reckless that this is now the only way for you to clean up the community. The reality of it is the dusty legacy of the majority of these bandits need to be stopped, and the only people who can stop it are the ones who have the power to determine who gets birthed into existence, and that happens to be you. You are not doing anything wrong because you are not obligated to birth.
Woo! Well, so let's see. TMKC. She definitely did. My mom watched her yesterday for the first time and agreed with every point. She was finishing saying sentences. She predicted this from the beginning, and she knew what they were going to do because they've been doing it for so long. Uh-oh, P.O. Box Mammy Mountain is in the house. Much love. Kira, MJY, which is why I'm happy younger women are not listening to these older women, and that the later millennial women were actually truthful and not just sticking with the status quo. CMKC, hi, P.O. Box. Everybody say hi, P.O. Box. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good afternoon. I agree. I'm grateful Generation Z and King with these waterheads. Yeah, I know every time I hear waterheads, I know it's MJ. MJ has me calling people waterheads now. Good afternoon, Mr. Music. Yes. So I was listening to this and I went through a Manosphere guy named Obsidian, and I have a clip of him talking. And what I wanted to just say, you know, I'm trying to sell some of these talking points, from the Manosphere, since I am now the official female leader of them. But I'm gonna need y'all to help me because it's just full of despair, telling women that they hit the wall, you're gonna die alone, get some cats, women are like children. These things kind of simply don't usually inspire women. There's really nothing too positive I can sell to the women. Winter is coming. Again, it's almost spring, but winter will be back. I guess that's kind of like the South will rise again. Men, you got to do better. How can I lead you men in a manosphere when you don't offer any kind of positive world views? We need things that are not so toxic. Anybody's going to come up before I play Obsidian track because he is creepy. I'm kind of scared to play him because he give me the creeps, y'all. Oops. Well, there's something new on StreamYard, y'all. It says guests can string this to their own destinations. Mm-hmm. Drop the link. Yeah, I am back. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, that was a doctor's appointment. Let me see who in the chat. And nobody didn't want to come on. Let me see. MJ, Queen of Cali, one. Good afternoon. Let me see. A bitch tired. Hey, Mule chat. Okay, so yeah. No. Did I pin the link? No, I didn't. So I wanted to know, what did some of you guys think? Hey, wow, Sister MJ in the building.
Wow, what's up, Lima? How are you?
Wait a minute, girl. Why are you coming through my earpiece and on my device? Can you hear me?
What? I can hear you.
Oh my God. The sound was still, even though I had been took the earpiece out, the sound was coming through the earpiece still.
It was loud,
Could you?
so it was like you heard me like double time.
No. So did you hear me when you was in the chat
At one point we didn't hear you,
for a
but
long
then we
time?
started to hear you again.
Oh gosh, that's disappointing.
It happens. You know how it happens with streams and stuff. Like we try to make things smooth as possible, the transitions as smooth as possible. It never works out that way. It's life.
Yeah. So what were you thinking about what I played from Cynthia G?
I mean, like the truth is that you seen the transition to the Cynthia G of today and how the Cynthia G was. And at the end of the day, men and the men that she talks about, they can complain all they want, but they created this quote unquote monster that they're having issues with. She was one of your diehard loyal person. She was really advocating for you. She was really out there saying get your shit together. She was really a diehard, male worshiper. And even while she was worshiping for you, what did you do? You betrayed her. You attacked her then. You called out her name. You doxed her then. She was threatened. There was many things that was happening to her while she was advocating for them. So now when she cut all ties. Now, when she's like, you know what, enough is enough. There's no more, no more. You have no more access to me, and in fact, I'm going to make sure that you don't affect any more women that needs to be affected anymore. Like the ones who get it is the ones who get it, and the ones who don't, Godspeed to you. I hope you wake up, fast enough before your life is destroyed. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you created this woman. You know what I'm saying? And because they have a problem with looking in the mirror about the things that they do, the things that they say, and they don't have future foresight. They don't look into the future. They only look into the now. What is gratifying for them right now in the present? They don't think about the outcomes later on down the road. This is where it's at. And I mean, at the end of the day, even when they talk about, how some of them be like, some of them will talk in one side of their mouth. They'll say, "Oh, we need to get back together. Oh, we need to stop this nonsense. This whole gender war bullshit is crap. Where's who our real problem is?" And everything. Well, no, that technically that is your real problem. You know what I'm saying? That is your real problem because at the end of the day, even all women of all races still fall under a patriarchy. It have not been one time that we have not fell under a patriarchy. However, this has now been a long time that y'all have felt under somebody else's patriarchy, being men. That's been y'all problem all along. That's something that you have to deal with and handle. And you got to stop asking women to basically help you with that. You know, help you succeed, because all it is, it turns out they're not even succeeding when it comes down to community wise. It's more of an individual succeeding. Like everybody becomes individualistic, even though they promote community based issues and problems. And we see it all the time, especially in the manosphere. You have these guys promoting all this is what we need to do, and this is what you need to do. And if the women get in line and the women do this and the women do that, and then we come together and then we set up these foundations, everything would be good. But these talking pieces in the manosphere is only caring about themselves. They're poisoning other men, having them have a bad relationship with women, have them think really poorly of women, like they're lower human beings, like they're not even human beings, like they're cattle, right? And in the same breath talking about oppression and talking about oppressors and talking about history and what happens and all the challenges and stuff, but you're doing the same exact thing to the women that you're asking to help you deal with this. So, they have to come to terms that the route that they've been taking is wrong. The treasonous behavior that they've been doing is wrong. They have to admit that they have not been community minded. They have to admit that they have been thinking selfishly and only caring about themselves and only caring about their wants, their needs, and everybody else is basically casualties to their behavior and the things that they want. We have all suffered for the mistakes and the decisions that they have made. And until they're going to accept that and actually change course and actually think about community, think about somebody other than yourselves, take investment into other people, the people that you're supposed to be protecting, the weak or the less, or the more disenfranchised people in the group, the ones who get targeted first when it comes down to real conquering and real controlling of resources, is your women and your children. But if you have abandoned your women and the children, and you think is, well, I only make the community, like as long as I'm okay, no matter where I put my foot at, I make a community, you have already lost the battle as it is. The disrespect started because you disrespected your own. This is what they don't understand. You want to know why you're getting violated the way you're getting violated? You violate anything that is a part of you. These men who deals with women, what's the first thing they do? They say that these women who have sex with them or whatever not, they'll call them 304s, they call them hoes. They said that they're not worth having, relationship, they're not worth marrying, then all the stuff like that. But then you lay down with
Exactly. But what make, well, yeah, exactly. What does that make them?
right,
I
and they
hate
never
that.
answer that question. They think they can disassociate themselves from bad behaviors, even though they double down in it. You call her a 304, but you think you're not a 304 if you're out there having sex
Wait, I
with
want you
with
to hear this
random
a little
with
bit of this
random
here.
women.
Now, this here is Mutma Obsidian, and Cynthia G on Rumble in the Jungle. This is 4 years ago.
That calculation. In other words, my understanding of the situation with Hardwick, and by extension, other black men like him. My understanding, Cuba Gooding Jr., for example, has expressed this. Mike Coulter, who played Luke Cage, also expressed this, etc. My understanding is that Hardwick et al. Said that these white women were with me when I was down and out, and I had nothing. And they were there. And their loyalty has been rewarded with me wifing them up or whatever. Okay? My question to you, Cynthia G, and the rest of the ladies on the panel, and by extension the brothers, is this. Black women have made it clear over the past few decades through their megaphones in Black Vagina Vision Media, Essence, Ebony, Oprah Winfrey Network, etc., et al., that they don't want a black man on the rise. They want a black man that's got his shit together. what I like to refer to as a plug and play man. Black women want
Yeah, you know that's bullshit.
They want a man that you can, like, it's just like you go to the Apple store and you get that iMac, you pull it right out the box, set it on the table, plug it in. That's it. They don't want no IKEA man. They want a plug and play man, which I think is, they have a right to want what they want. So can we really be angry with these brothers who are now successful and they reward the women who was there with them when they were nobody?
Okay, but they never did. But here's the funny thing about that: they never did that.
First of all, black women more so than any white woman, because if you look at all the data, and Amiri pointed it out, since the beginning of when black men have been dating white women economically always date up. So let's not act like there's a plethora of white women just going and sticking and roughing it out with broke black men. That's not the reality. Most white women are not interested in dating a black man unless he has something to benefit her. So
how do you know that though? Where's the evidence to bear that out?
I'm still talking. That's number one.
Yeah, but where's your evidence? I need the evidence. Show me the evidence.
Well, the thing of it is, you provided no evidence of yours.
I did. I mentioned Mike Coulter, who plays Luke Cage. I mentioned Cuba Gooding Jr., an Academy Award-winning actor. I mentioned Amari Hardwick. All of them said that they're with white women because those were the women who were with them when they had nothing.
Well,
that's what they said.
I know, but you're going by what people said, so now go by what I'm saying. It's like you clearly, if your evidence is relegated to what somebody is saying, then don't ask me for any evidence.
You didn't provide any evidence. I told you what these actors said. You can look it up for yourself and see it.
I'm providing the evidence. I'm saying it because you just went by.
No, you're saying on your authority that I should just believe it. But why? Why should I believe Cynthia G being the spokeswoman for what white women at large are doing? Why? Why should I believe that?
Well, let her make her point.
Right. You're just believing theirs, though. All you needed was their word, so all you need is my word. You didn't provide.
Why should I take your word over theirs?
You took 3 anecdotal incidents, okay? You took 3 anecdotal incidents.
Answer the goddamn question.
But anyway, right, because he's so childish. This is why I don't want to be in any type of scenario.
Okay, somebody needs to mute because you guys have all of these things. Somebody needs to mute their phone. Ren, I think it's you.
Yeah, because he's so childish. Don't ask me.
Wow, I'm so happy I found this panel. This panel have Renaissance woman, Nyla.
Yeah.
This is when they used to call it the Rumble in the Jungle.
Yeah, the Rumble, yeah.
Yeah, I found about 6 of them. I haven't even gotten a chance to watch anything but 2 of them.
Yeah, those are some times. I mean, but like I said, that's why you can't speak to these men. You know what I'm saying? He sat up there and she was right. You're giving anecdotal evidence of what you said that these particular men are the reason why they got in a relationship with these women, right? But then when she used anecdotal evidence, he says, no, I need to see receipts. I need to see actual documentation and stats. And then she was like, well, how come you can use anecdotal evidence, but I can't? And then he goes, but why do you think I should have to believe what you say and not theirs? So it's like, it's always going back and forth because of the simple fact that these men, they operate on their emotions. You know, they only operate on their emotion. They're always in a constant state of fucking shock of blunts of emotions, and that's why they don't think logical. He didn't provide any proof. He didn't provide any receipts. He didn't provide any sources. But he thinks that because he said it, because he's a man, everything is supposed to be law. Everything is supposed to be like it was written in stone or written in blood by the blood of Christ. Like it's supposed to be ordained by the blood of Christ, anything that they say. And it's ridiculous, it's foolish, and it's stupid. And like at the end of the day, it's just like, even those celebrities, if you want to use those celebrities as a example, right? Most of the women that they got with was not with them when they were just starting as like entertainers or becoming artists and stuff like that. We can clearly see who their ex-wives were when they was first starting up and getting into their industry. most of them had black wives. Most of them had black mothers, single mothers, and things of that sort that was literally struggle loving with them until they started to get the airway, until they start to get the promotion and stuff like that. And then when they make a certain type of wealth, now all of a sudden the relationship is not where what it's supposed to be anymore. Now all of a sudden she is not the woman that he needs to be with or he sees himself living with in the future. Now that he obtained a certain amount of wealth, now he's in a different type of circle, hanging around different type of people. She doesn't fit the par anymore. And it's not and like I'm not saying that people don't change, right? Like you can have a childhood sweetheart, and if that person is not growing with you,
So
then
what
eventually you're
have
going
you
to
learned
separate.
so far?
Huh?
Okay. So what I've learned so far, because I'm trying to become the new black woman leader of the Manosphere. So I'm taking notes. So what I've learned so far from Obscene is we need to, as black women, sacrifice and be with a broke man while he's down so he can fulfill his dreams like the white women. Did you write that down?
I mean, yeah, absolutely, but that's always been the end goal anyway. I mean, like, that's always been the end goal
We
anyway.
gotta take these notes, girl. Take these notes.
Listen, if you, it's not the things that they say, it's the things that they don't say. They're
Exactly.
saying that, listen, you black women, all right, you ain't nothing but a placeholder woman. You are nothing but a resource to us to get us to where we need to be. And I need you to quote unquote play your role as helping me fulfill what I need to fulfill as men and get us to the level. And by us men being where we want to be, that is the quote unquote image of black success. Because remember, black success to them is only just black men being successful. Black success is not black women be successful, nor is it black children be successful. How many times do you see these people promoting when a black student gets accepted into 18 colleges and got accepted to 500 scholarships and shit like that? They're never talking about things like that. You hear what they say when a black woman accomplished something, the first black this, the first black astronaut, female astronaut this, or whatever not. They don't never want to say anything. All they do, they'll go back and talk about Marcus Garvey. They'll talk about Malcolm X. They'll talk about Huey Newton. They'll talk about anything black men. But they, like I said, to them, black success is only black men succeeding. And that's what black women need to understand.
Yeah, wait, let me read this here. Wow, melanated vessel. I'm so happy you're here. She says the starter's wife. They definitely stay clowning on those women. They do clown the starter wife. Wait, let me let it play a little more.
Question and then start cutting me off and talking to me, because the next time you do it, I'm just going to ignore your existence for the rest of this panel.
Well, you can start right now because you don't have any evidence. So anybody in the panel want to answer the question?
No,
Thank you.
answer the question.
If I can use the question. Because the bottom line is, you have Michael Jordan, who was with who had a black woman stick it out for him. He got rid of her and went and got with a white woman. You had O.J. Simpson, who had a black woman who was with him when he was poor, and then he got rid of her and went and got a white woman. You had Scottie Pippen, who had a black woman who was there for him when he was dirt poor, and then he went and got a white woman. And you have the majority of them who do that.
Lionel Richie.
Exactly. Lionel Richie and a whole slew of them. The majority of the situation, you have black men who have nothing, and then when they come up into celebrity, they get rid of their black person and they get with a white woman, like Kanye West, Shannon Sharp. There's a reason why some of these people have black children, and then they go get in relationships with these white women. That's number one. Number two, black men are always contradicting themselves in terms of what they say, because they'll have a laundry list of criteria for a black woman, and they'll sit here and say she needs to be pretty. She needs to not be a gold digger, not ask him for anything. She needs to hold him down. She needs to be in shape. She needs to be ultra feminine. She needs to be nice, and she needs to be submissive. And then they sit up there and they'll go get a white woman that's the exact opposite. She'll be fat, getting on 600-pound life, manly like Amari Hardricks, okay? Smoked out, looking like a meth whore. Poor, broke, the nanny. like Tiger Woods. So they date under what they say that they want. That's what they do. They date under. So my thing of it is, if you're going to have all this criteria for the black women, then that should try. I shouldn't be seeing you with nothing but top of the line. Exactly. Another person said Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy also had a black woman sitting there struggling it out with him. Then he went and got a white woman. So there is no large amount of black women that ever sat there and said that they wanted a ready-made plug-and-play man. Like, really? You never provided it.
O.J. Simpson did that.
What?
I said O.J. Simpson.
Right, that's what I said. O.J. Simpson did. He was married to a black woman, then got rid of her and went and got a white woman. The first thing he could do. So the thing of it is that this has nothing to do with Jenny Jones or any talk show, because black men been trying to slum with white women before Jenny Jones was even born. Let's just be real with that, because y'all are not going to sit here and talk about it's because black women don't treat them right. You're not going to say it's because black women are not submissive enough, because if you look at accurate history, black men were trying to chase down white women before a plantation was even built. Okay, let's just be real. It has nothing to do with black women.
Okay, so what's wrong with that? Why can't they be what they?
Whoa, boy, Cynthia be smoking.
Right, but you see how he said, right, when he couldn't defute the argument. Now it's so okay, so what's wrong with that though? All right then, so if there's nothing wrong with that, then why do you have a problem with black women doing what's best for themselves? Why do you have a problem with black women going to other people who's going to make them a priority or invest in them? You shouldn't be invested if you're already invested in other women, but you're more invested in the women that you say that you're not, you don't have to be invested in. So stop asking black women to quote unquote, worry about the black race, worry about, like, no, if you're not going to participate in worrying about the black race, stop talking that shit. You can't be talking out your mouth, because that all that does is just keep black women as a disadvantage, where they're investing in something that you're not investing in. What do they get out of it? What do the children from these unions get out of it? Does not make any sense at all.
Oh, I can tell you what the children of Michael Jordan children got out of it. They not even allowed to go in his new house with his new white wife and his new children. They got something out of it.
And most of them are like that. Like, you see how 50 Cent treat his son that he had with a black woman? He's treat his son that he had with a black woman horrible, like trash. And he glorifies and does everything for his biracial child that he had with Cuban links, that Hispanic woman. So, like I said, like, y'all show how much y'all hate yourselves and how y'all uplift biracial and anything close to proximity to whiteness outside of anything that looks like you. But you still talking out the side of your mouth, talking about black women need to create things, create people who have our phenotype and our genotype. You don't even respect that. So I'm under the impression, and this is just me thinking logical, everything that, your actions show. I don't care what your words say. Your actions show how you really feel and view about black children who is not ambiguous. You know what I'm saying? And what you think about black features and black textures and all that stuff like that. You despise them. So if you want to continue to procreate and create these things that you despise, then I'm going to peg it up that you're looking for torments. You're looking for people who's supposed to be your whooping posts in life when you don't get the things that you want, or when you don't get accepted into the spaces that you want to be in. Somebody's supposed to be the brunt of your anger. That's me just thinking logically. Out of emotion, with no emotion behind it. That's the logical sense of why would you still create people that you really don't like, you don't really vibe with, and you're saying that they're beneath you.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was on the panel this morning with some waterheads, and they were cracking jokes about Mississippi and about how the white man don't run nothing in his town or whatever. So I brought up the fact that in Jackson, Mississippi, in the capital, their house just passed these laws that they're equating to Jim Crow laws, Well, this is a 80% black city that they're rezoning, and the black people won't even have a right to pick a mayor, pick none of their judges or anything. And then they're installing a new police force that's more like military, calling them the Capitol Police.
No, it's just man. I mean, at that point, that's just the old school slave patrol, and that's
No,
what
no,
they need to
no.
bring
But
it
I was
back.
telling this brother, I'm like, you're not too far from there. You're in Mississippi. What are y'all gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Y'all not gonna fight this laws?
They're not fighting a damn
You know what
thing.
he told me? Oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me in Mississippi. We know how to mind our own business. I said I'll be there. I said
Yeah,
y'all gonna.
and the funny, and they're just, they're so silly sometimes, Lima, because like it was a woman. I think I seen a live stream yesterday. There was a woman who showed a TikToker. It was a black girl, and she was crying, and because she lives in Mississippi. And she said, as she started crying, she said, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. They're bringing back Jim Crow laws and all the stuff like that. And then another black man who was on TikTok stitched that black woman's, her stitch. And he comes back. He was like, oh, well, you're going to have to figure it out. Yeah, this is what y'all wanted. Y'all wanted to be strong and independent. So now you crying now. Now you looking for protection and all the stuff like that. You're going to just have to figure it out, right? This is what he said. Like, this is what he said. And I'm like, wait a minute. Do you understand how weak and how pathetic and how fucking unmasculine and no leadership or anything? And then on top of that, you talk about us being masculine. This was a woman, a young black woman who was crying and she's scared. And the bitch came out of you instead of the manhood came out of you. You telling her to figure it out by herself. But then you wonder why we don't trust you with anything. You wonder why we can't depend on you in anything because you say stupid shit like that. And let's be perfectly clear, those Jim Crow laws is going to affect you before it affects black women. Because at the end of the day, we're still women. They're going to hit you harder than us. You're gonna be the front line, buddy. But you're so mad and up in panties and a brunch wanting to compete with women. You don't even see the bigger picture. This is why I said they don't have foresight. They're so in their emotions. Everything is so emotional to them that and they're all about, yeah, I want my revenge. What do you have? Why do you feel revengeful or vindictive towards the people who helped you? Like what? Like the ones who have always helped you and like, hey, you're fucking up. Hey, you need to get shit together. Hey, like, wake up, wake up, wake up. Do you know what you're doing? Those are the ones you have all the smoke for.
But
You have, yeah, go ahead.
these are the men that tell us that they want to be our leaders. And when I was asking his brother, I was like, like that was spread all through Mississippi if they let that pass, which it already passed in their house. And I'm like, and he has zero concern. And then you telling me about a video where they were laughing at it. And listen,
Yeah.
that fool who was laughing in that video is probably worse than the guy who was on the panel with me. Because in anything, do they go after the women? No.
No,
They
not like that.
always
Not on a
go
large. Yeah, not on a
after
large scale. No.
the men. They will use the women as slave labor and stuff like that. They first is gonna get you men. And it's like the men just never like think about that. You know,
Because they're more are harped
no,
on being vindictive.
they're more so that want to see the black women suffer, but they don't know that we try to protect them because we know once they will get rid of the men first. That's just every strategy of any war. They get rid of the men first, and then they abuse and go through the women and make them slave labor or work or whatever. And
But I don't even think like. But even when those Jim Crow laws come, it would be no reason for them to even do that with like black women. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like we're literally the ones who've been holding up our fucking community. We're the ones who are creating jobs. We are participating in the economy. So we're not looked
Mhm.
as not being we're not expendable. We actually are, we have value. So it wouldn't make no sense. But for them, if they feel that these men are expendable, they don't bring anything to the table. They're not helping the economy. In fact, they're putting the economy $50 billion in deficit. Why? If for them, they would say that it would be a necessary evil for them to get rid of them because they're tired of taking care of them. But like I said, these men, they're so more harped on making us suffer that they don't see the bigger fucking picture. They don't, and it doesn't matter what we say to them, they still don't fucking get it because they want to compete with women instead of actually competing with who you needed to, who you should have always been competed with men.
Yeah. And how weak are you to only complain about your women and and we don't have no power over them? How weak are you to do that? But anyway, I was just thinking about some of the talking points for the manosphere. Keep your legs closed, marry before you carry. If you really want to be honest, to me, when they say those things, they have been actually calling for a genocide of the black race. If you hear those things and you know that only 25% of the men will ever marry, right? Or 27%, right? That will ever marry a black woman. You're basically saying to the other 75% of the population should never be born, right?
But even that is just bullshit, Lima. They just,
No,
like I
I'm
said,
just saying, if you think about it, if 75 to 73% are born out of wedlock marriages, then that's a genocide. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, at the end of the day, they're talking about their existence, and this is why Cynthia G really also has stated that she truly believed that these men are mad at women because they wanted to never be born. Because half of the men who are talking that shit was born from situations where their mother weren't married, that they came from a single parent household. So if you're saying that women should do this, then you're literally talking about the way you came into existence should not have ever happened. So technically, yeah, you're right. You never wanted to be born, and maybe that's why you're anger. But that's why you need to go to therapy and figure that out. If that's what you're really talking about, you know what I'm saying? If that's how you really feel, that you're really mad that you was born into this situation. But therapy will help you figure that out. You know what I'm saying? So you could put where the real anger need to be put at.
I don't know, but these here men are really, it's going to be hard for me to lead the black manosphere with, with all this here bullshit. Wow, wisdom over feelings. How you doing, honey? Yes, but y'all want to hear a little more of the video?
Sure, we can hear a little bit more.
Oh, wait. P.O. Box 123 Mammy Mountain said, like Sin said, they have all thought the white men ice is colder. Yes. Honey, but anytime he can't shut her down, this is just, it's to me is it was a real, this is a 4-year-old interview, y'all, conversation.
Be with him, let him be. Why not? Hey, man, can we do one question at a time? I mean, can we all destroy the last dumbass shit you said?
I really wish Nyla would eject him from on here. He's too immature.
And I definitely want in on that. Yeah, because name calling always.
Let's really get somewhere. It's like he can't follow simple directions.
No, because name calling always works.
If you're so big on promoting how well you submit to white male dominance, you should be bringing that same energy on this panel.
Name calling always works.
Somebody speaks to you and tells you to. You're acting like a rambunctious little disabled.
Because name calling always works. I didn't call you name.
Can you stop?
It's just like, this is what I'm saying. He shouldn't even be here. Like, I don't, if you can, this is why on my thing I kicked him off. Because somebody remedial has to be redirected 50 million times. And I don't have time for that.
Hey, can somebody hit the cash app, please?
Just so you know. Because you really act like you have a mental disability. Are you retarded?
Are you?
To stop interrupting people. Why are you still doing it? You're grown.
But so are you. So are you.
I could be grown, but I'm talking, and the person whose channel this on just asked you to be quiet. So why don't you show some respect for her? Like, Like, really? Nobody ever is going to respect you. And I think
can we get to the next part of it? Because I want to answer that dumbass shit too. But I know the women's got to go first.
Go.
Go ahead, Nala.
I don't think that Cynthia was done.
Yeah, but the reality of it is black men, when it applies to white women, is 100% contradictory because they have no standards, they have no self-esteem. They'll sit here and talk about black women's attitude, but will be letting white women call them niggers, hit them, threaten them, and do all this other stuff to them. So you can miss me with all of this, black women are doing all this, so why don't black men explore their options? There are more options than just white women. So the fact that they're over here attaching themselves to white women, that means they want to find parity with white men. I don't even believe that their desire for white women even has more. It has more to do with white men than it has to do with white women. That's just the reality. Because even when they're gay and they date out, they primarily date white men. That tells you there's something with them that has to do with whiteness above anything. That's why you can see dumb Scottie Pippen sitting over here with a woman who called the police on him multiple times, cheated on him, done all this other stuff, and he's sitting up there doing whatever it takes to maintain a relationship with her. You got Breonna Dunn sitting up in here in court over a white woman's false rape allegations. Before that, he had a white woman do some false domestic violence charges on him and got kicked out of school, and this dummy is sitting in court with another white woman. This is about whiteness. So it's like, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but your information is incorrect.
Okay, so O.J. Simpson's wife was unattractive.
Slow down. I'm going to answer the question now. Okay, so for me, with men like Omari, who choose white women, across the board, there is, and I don't care who's mad about this, there is not much difference in the countenance of a homosexual man and a black man that dates and marries white women. Woo! There's a feminine energy that they walk in, and it is because, I don't care what anybody says, these are men that are seeking protection and trying to take refuge from white supremacy between the legs of a white woman. So when you enter into these relationships so that you can be shielded from white supremacy and use her, you are under her covering. You are still under, you literally you are the submissive in the relationship, even if she placates to your manhood and makes you think that you're head of the household. She knows the dominance that she has over you. This is why those women say, and we've seen this happen with the other football player who said, the woman said, I'm a white woman. They're going to believe me. This is why they get to do this shit. They know the dominance that they have over black men, and black men who choose white women arbitrarily over black women, like Omari, most of them have that in common. These are feminine men, and tell me if you're wrong. And see, the thing is, if you ask the men, they won't say this, but ask any black woman if these men don't have feminine qualities. They're very feminine. They're very...
Oh, wow, she said a lot. So what do you think about that?
She's true. I mean, it's absolutely true. We see it in history. I mean, I'm sorry. Well, like I hate to say it, black men is the only men who believe in taking advantage of women or pimping out women to gain resources. Shit is a flex and not a shame. Every other race do not, and I'm not saying that other races don't do this, but every other race do not look at it as a flex to take advantage of disenfranchised women, you know what I'm saying, or to groom them into a way where you can get resources out of them or have them service that. Like, it's not looked at as something that they promote. Black men tend to promote this shit. I mean, we had a whole era when it was all about pimping. You know what I'm saying? What literally the 70s was all about pimping, the Mac. All these black exploitation videos was all about, pimping and exploiting black women. They weren't pimping and exploiting as many white women as they try to make it seem like they were. It was black women. They was pimping out their own fucking wives and shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like y'all always promoting about you getting over on women and you and getting money out of them so you can get more women, and you call it a flex. Like, that's not a flex. You literally need women for you to survive. That's what you're saying. You saying that you can't operate, you can't be successful with just being a man with your attributes and the things that you can bring into this world, you have to have a powerful woman or a woman that can give you something for you to get to that level. That is not a flex. They don't know what about real flexing about. It's just the same with the PP boys. The PP boys, they going over there flexing online about going to other countries where they can pay a woman or a prostitute $50, only have to spend $50 or $20 to get a prostitute for a whole week, because they can't take a girl, they can't pay $200 or date a girl over here in the US and pay more money. Like, that's not a flex. You are flexing you're flexing about the wrong things. I don't understand why they don't see that. Like, that is not something to be proud of. That you're so poor that you have to go over to a country to disenfranchise women who literally and pay $20, and they think that you're fucking King Tut. When you know that in your own community you broke as shit, dog, if you don't got $20 to your name and or you can only take a girl to McDonald's and shit.
Wait, since you had mentioned pimping, let me let you with this old fool said the other night.
Let me let me redirect. Do you want a female president? Yes or no?
No. A woman can't lead a man. A woman cannot lead no man world, because God told us when he made us and he took her out the rib, and when they sinned, she gonna be under our foot. We should put our foot on their necks. Man, I'm in pimp principle. I'm sorry, I'm always gonna be in pimp principle, even though I don't carry it out and want to whore a hoe on the street or something. But I'm telling you right now, hell no. I ain't finna let no bitch sit up there and tell me what to do. Hell.
What you think about that pimp principle?
Like I said, they say who they are, and they expose themselves all the time. They literally, like, they glorify this shit. They say that this is not them. They say that now a lot of us don't think like that. We see that this is how you think. You want to pimp women. You think that women are objects or cattle that you can use and to extort money and resources or get whatever else you need out of them. And you think that's cool. You think that makes you a man. That does not make you a man. A real man know how to stand on his own. Nobody will be able to take his masculinity. And real men go toe to toe with other men to see who is really a true man, who is really top dog, or in their mind top G. Y'all not really top G if the only people that
Listen,
you're trying to flex on is people who who's is considered the weaker vessel.
I want to go on Nyla or Sin's show, but I just want it to be a one-on-one with me and them. But I'm going to troll heavy.
Don't go back on Sin's show and trolling. Like, me and Queen Cascade was in that chat. They were about to light your ass up. You like, yo, chill, that's Sin. She just played. She just trolling. They be serious over there. They was about to light your ass up. I was like, oh no.
Everything Nyla say. Now, Nyla, did you have permission for your husband to be on here? Because I
Oh
got
hell
my
no. Now
baby.
she would straight up block you. She would not even know you trolling. She would straight block you. She was like, you said what? She be like, bitch. Like, no, I don't know. You don't want to go over there and do that. But it's just sad. You know what I'm saying? Because
No,
I'm
I be liking to do it so you can hear how stupid I sound doing it. You get what I'm saying? This is how these women in these Manosphere crimson. When I listen to them, I'm like, do they hear this shit coming back to them? I'm like, maybe I should repeat that stupid shit back to them, because maybe if it's just coming out their mouth real fast, they don't hear how dumb that shit sounds.
no, they understand it. I'm
But
telling you, Mill,
you
they
can't
understand.
possibly sit up here and say that you should be at your husband beck and call. Who thinks like that? Who the fuck, girl?
They understand it, Mill. They understand it, but the thing about it is that those particular women, are still seeking outside validation. So when they're seeking outside validation, they're going to do whatever, wherever they need to do, say whatever they need to say to feel validated. Even if it's mad cringeworthy, even if it seems really pathetic, they don't care. They don't have self-validation.
Listen, there's this one lady, I don't want to say her name because she is so sweet on that Manosphere crap with Crimson. But she said something that irked me so terrible. She says her boyfriend doesn't even sometimes have to ask her for something. Her ears twingle, and she gets up and asks him, "Babe, do you want something to eat?" Her ears, girl, like she a dog.
Yeah, like see, and this is what I'm saying. They take shit like that to the extreme because, like, if you was like, listen, if you're in a relationship, and you should know that, Mule, because you've been in a marriage for a long time. When you're in and you know the person that you with, you being a thoughtful individual, you will do things that that your mate likes. You know what I'm saying? You're thoughtful. You're
Yeah,
invested
I'm
in that.
thoughtful, but I be damn, my ears ain't never.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying. So why are you like? It's already like I can't get with women who are male unidentified. You know what I'm saying? Because even herself, by her saying that, she thinks that she is lesser than men. She thinks that she is lowly than men. She thinks that she is a pet, and then she thinks that women are pets, and they supposed to be listening to, and men are literally like, I guess, the bitch whisperers, a female dog whisperer, and you hear it and like, whoop, and you like,
That thing said her ears perk up and twinkle when he don't have to ask her. She already knows what he wants. Girl, you must
it's
be psychic, cause I don't be knowing all that.
like I said, it's the way how they say it. It's the way how you say it, because I don't know anybody who is not in a healthy relationship who really is invested in their mate, who is not thoughtful. Like, so much, you learn so much about your partner, that certain things, like, you don't have to, you don't have to ask them. You just like, okay, I want to do this because I know that they like this. That's just being thoughtful. But the way that she say it is so cringe worthy. It's going to be a turn off, and I do believe that they say things this way to get a rise out of people. You know what I'm saying? To get a rise out of women who will be heavily against that, and men who wants women to think of themselves as pet would get get turned on by it.
Yeah, that's some weird shit. And I ain't never had no ears go, what's that, boy? You need dinner? Girl, I don't know.
I tell you, like, that's that bewitching shit. Like, you got to be careful with these people out here. Like, words are spells. Like, don't people get that? Words are spells, and the way people say things, people say things a certain way for a reason. Motherfuckers be out here casting spells on people, and people don't even be realizing. You got to be mindful with how people say
Yeah,
things.
my whole thing is you're saying this and you don't know how young these ladies or men are in the audience. That's the problem. Y'all say the most unhealthy things. Look, find somebody who you're attracted to, who's really sweet to you. You can be really sweet to them, and and try to make it work. Don't dog them out. Don't let them dog you out. And that's it. It's not rocket science with the shit. Fine. I
It's
don't
look,
know.
the most non rocket science thing is like, why can't you be a decent human being, a decent individual, and you treat someone as a decent human being, and a decent individual?
Exactly.
Like I just don't understand why it's always have to be like, basically separated. Like, oh, you're only supposed to treat them like this, and you're only supposed to treat this particular group like that. I mean, if the best foundation it can possibly be is just to be a decent human being, and then start from fucking there. Like,
Hello.
oh God.
Hello. My husband always joke and tell me you meet a friend everywhere, even in the grocery store. Somebody, I'm picking up something. Somebody said, "Do you know which one of these will be better?" He's like, "You got that face," because people always assume you know which one. And then I'll talk to him and tell him why I like this one, and oh, I never use that one. He'll say, "I hold a 15-minute conversation, girl."
I mean, some people are like that. Like, I
But
get that too. Like, I just be having, I don't know, maybe because it could be because I'm an empath, but I just be having random people just come up and just start having conversations with me, or they want to tell me something, like, I don't know, they just need to speak to me. And I make myself available to speak to them, if they need it, or they ask me about some stuff. I don't know.
I always do that. I always do that because I always say everybody could have a kind face, a kind word from somebody.
Right.
It
Right.
don't cost me nothing. But I mean, at the end of the day, my thing is, I just want people to who keep on, because I'm telling y'all, anytime they mention Cynthia G name, I mean, they panties really be in a bunch, and I'm just trying to figure this out. What does she be saying so wrong? She telling y'all the truth.
Right. And they don't, but the thing about it is, she's telling the truth that will set women free. They don't want you to be set free. They want you to get in line.
Mm-mm.
They want you to get in line with whatever their plans are. And it
This
doesn't
is
matter
the
if it's,
thing. If they had a plan, maybe some women would do that. But
they
the
have a
problem is
plan.
they
They
do
have,
not have a plan. It's
Lima,
just like
they
I
have a
mentioned.
plan. It's just not the plan that we think it is.
Listen, girl.
We think their plan is about bettering us. Their plan is not about bettering us. Their plan don't have nothing to do with us. Their plan is for bettering themselves. This is what I say. It's not about what they say. It's about what they do, and the words that they don't say. Their
I beg to
actions,
differ.
their actions show that they do not care about us, and what they have in store for us is not really truly beneficial for us and children. It's beneficial to them, and they think that they can trickle down success and excellence by them being successful. That's what they think.
MJ, I don't believe that. I don't believe they got a plan for themselves. I don't believe they have a plan for nothing. When I spoke to this waterhead last night, he clearly told me he didn't give a damn. That's on them people in Jackson. Now, even though there's one city away, it don't affect him and his family. One city away.
And
And
the
these
man,
people are imposing Jim Crow laws.
because he thinks that what black women been doing since the beginning of time is the ones out here marching and protesting and stuff like that. When shit hits the fan, it was always black women coming to fucking save the fucking day. So yes, he's not gonna lose no fucking sleep over it. In his mind, he's like, oh, I don't gotta fucking do anything, because I know there's gonna be black women out there advocating to stop this shit. They're all, like, seriously, like, look at their presence in when it comes down to the court system and law and stuff implementation. Look at their presence
Honestly,
versus ours.
because there's so many black women and children in that city of Jackson. It's so many women and children. I honestly want to go down there and protest this weekend. And I said I was going to stop with the protest after everything that happened, and just saw how, to me, the guys don't really appreciate us when we go protest the police killings. But this is something different. And I fear that if they can impose it and make it an actual state law for Mississippi, it will come to Georgia. It will go to Louisiana. It will go to Texas.
Of course,
And
they're
and
actually headed for those things to happen there.
and we need to stop it in the making, and not just, I just don't see that these men have any forethought. Oh my gosh.
But listen, at the end of the day, people need. At the end of the day, if you go down there and you advocate, right, and you're gonna advocate support for them to stop this shit, unless the collective wants to stop it, it won't be stopped. Okay? It won't be stopped. And I know it'll make you feel good, and you'll have your good feel moment of going down there and participating and showing your support and everything like that. But it won't be stopped, because that is a collective issue. Like, you gotta really think about it. If the collective was doing what they're supposed to do, they would have never been able to draft any sort of bill like that. If the collective was actually talking to their local district and their local government and their aldermen and stuff like that in their towns and counties, and making sure that a bill like this would never go fucking through, this would not be happening. So that's a L, that nobody was doing what they fucking supposed to do.
It's a for real leadership, lack of leadership there. And it's just,
That is a L. That is a L right there. Because everybody thinks that somebody else is gonna fucking take the slack. And everybody's all conditioned about who's gonna be the one to do this and who's gonna be the one to do that. There's never no foresight, there's never no proactive measures being taken place. Everybody talk a lot of fucking shit. And then when shit hits the fan, it's like, oh, what am I gonna do? What are we gonna do? After that, it's too fucking late. If the bill is fucking signed, bro, it's too fucking late at that point.
well,
Cause
it's
now
signed.
cause
It's
now
signed in
you're
the
just
House. It's,
right,
so it still got to go to the Senate.
right. But it's literally kind of too late because you got to understand that's local. That's going to be a local law. That's for state. State laws and federal laws is different. So, but any chance for you to actually, really prevent that, you wasn't proactive to make sure that you had a bigger impact on if these new bills was coming through, how it was going to really affect your community. Now that it's up at the level, at the like I said, at the local level, and then when it or at the state level, and it has to be approved by the Senate. Once it gets there, now all of a sudden you're working with the shorter end of the stick. They're not going to, you can't come up to them afterwards saying, oh no, this is horrible and we need to change this and this and that. They're going to give you the shortest end of the stick of what you can get to make sure that they'll benefit yourself because you wasn't proactive. Why? Like, I don't know, in our community, we always try to deal or play ball when we're at the disadvantaged state. When we could have been so proactive before, where we would have had a better option, a better what's the word I'm looking for, a better outcome, and we could have put our stake in how we wanted shit to go earlier on, but we don't do it. We wait until we get the less option to even make any decision, any type of discussion, any type of movement. I don't know why we advocate on that way.
No, that's true. But I mean, girl, I had looked it up earlier, and like, let me read a little part of that law. I don't know why I didn't save it. But it's really sad. It's so sad.
Yeah, we just have to stop doing that shit. Like, that doesn't make no sense. Like, it really does not make any sense. Like, that's like going to a party and somebody has a cake and it's 5 people at the party, but the cake only you can only cut it into 4 slices, and you literally waiting until everybody was proactive and got the slice that they want, and at the end you like, oh well, I mean, I don't have a slice, so can you give me a little bit of your cake? You gotta stop fucking operating like that.
You hear my dog? I do not need a Rocky. You're not co-hosting.
He's singing. He's like,
No, he's looking outside the window at a cat.
oh.
This cat girl comes get right in the window and snuggles up right there because he know my dog can't come out. You hear him crying?
Yeah, he's going there messing with him.
Oh Lord, girl.
Yeah, we just really, I don't know, we just really need to stop. We have to stop functioning from a place of without. We really need to change our mindset of functioning and being proactive in a place of abundance. We have to believe that we have more options than what is actually being presented to us, because we have to understand, anytime we give somebody the opportunity to give us give us the options that they say that we have, we already lost the battle at this point, because these people are only going to give you options of what keeps them at the betterment of it. They don't lose nothing from it, and you're always going to get the less out of it. So you have to be proactive with your life. You have to be proactive with the things that you want.
Girl, wait, let me see if I can play this.
Only in Mississippi
Will we have a bill like this with our history, where you say solving the problem is taking the vote away from black people? A white supermajority of the Mississippi House voted to create a separate court system and an expanded police force within the blackest city in America, Jackson. The author of House Bill 1020, Representative Trey Lamar, said the bill was designed to help make Jackson a safer place. Here's what's included in the bill. The white Chief Justice of the Mississippi Supreme Court would appoint 2 judges to oversee a new district within the city, one that includes all of Jackson's majority white neighborhoods, among other areas. The white state attorney general would appoint 4 prosecutors, a court clerk, and 4 public defenders for the new district. The white state public safety commissioner would oversee an expanded Capitol Police Force, run currently by a white chief. These appointments would occur in lieu of judges and prosecutors being elected by local residents. Only in Mississippi will we have a bill like this with our history, where you say solving the problem is taking the vote away from black people. A white supermajority.
No. Do they not think this is a problem?
I mean, look, they have no problem living under white supremacy, so why would they? Honestly.
This is horrible.
I mean, like, seriously, honestly. I mean, like, listen, you hear them talk all the time saying that the courts are always against them. The courts are not fair and stuff like that. And granted, in many cases, we have seen those biases and those discrimination played out. But you saying that you don't want to be involved with the law, you don't want to be involved in policies and things of that sort because you feel that you're never going to win, you're never going to get an upper hand. So what did you think the next step was going to be? What did you think the next step was going to be?
Stop taking probiotics for gut health. They do absolutely.
You said, like they're gonna, of course they're gonna be like, yeah, let's take the fucking vote for them because they don't fucking care about it anyway.
Wait, here.
With in-depth reporting on a topic
and
that
listen,
we
I'm
have
watching
been
this, y'all. It's
Jackson, Mississippi,
only
back in the spotlight.
what
The
they
state
call
legislature at odds over
it's
a bill
only black
creating
women
a
up here.
separate
This
court
is
system
crazy.
in the capital city where
That's
court officials would be appointed by state officials
but I'm gonna go
instead of
join them
elected,
sisters. You will not
and
be
nearly
left
a
alone, my
fourth of
sisters.
Jackson would be under state control. It is the most recent example in a long history of clashes between the city of Jackson and the state of Mississippi. What will the bill look like by the time it reaches the governor's desk? Zinkley Asimwa has the story.
A new Mississippi bill is fueling controversy and protest in the state's capital. The bill is aimed at crime, the state facing a higher homicide rate than any state in the country, according to 2020 CDC data, with Jackson's homicide rate increasing 66% from 2017 to 2020, according to policy group Empower Mississippi. On Thursday, controversial elements of the bill were scrapped in the state Senate, but tensions remain. State Democrats initially calling HB 1020 racist and unconstitutional. The original State House bill expands an 8.6 square mile district in Jackson known as the Capital Complex Improvement District, or CCID, growing to over 26 square miles within the city. It also created a new court system in the district where officials would be permanently appointed by state officials and not elected by Jackson residents. And the bill moved jurisdiction from the city of Jackson's police department to the state's Capitol Police.
It's taking power away from Jackson residents, but it's really kind of creating a city within a city.
State Representative Ronnie Crudup Jr. adding the proposal may have had to do with race.
But Jackson's 85% black, but a lot of our more affluent and white residents were excluded in this expansion of the CCID.
The House bill's author, Representative John Thomas Trey Lamar, denies allegations redistricting was due to race.
All I'm interested in is helping make the capital city of the state of Mississippi safer. That's it.
The House bill now amended in the Senate by State Senator Bryce Wiggins.
Nobody, white, black, green, or blue, will tell you there's not a crime problem in Jackson. We've got to get a hand. They and us have got to get a handle on it.
His updated bill reverses the district expansion, eliminates the proposed new court system, and requires state and city police to reach an understanding together or go back to the drawing board.
Capitol Police have always had jurisdiction over the state capitol. What the Senate bill does is extend jurisdiction of the Capitol Police Department to all of the city of Jackson, and to work with via a memorandum with the Jackson Police Department to figure out the nuances and how that works.
If the bill passes, Wiggins says the state House and Senate must come to an agreement before it reaches the governor's desk. Zinclair Samoa, NBC News.
So that's a little more insight. So them Negroes out there cutting up.
Too late.
They cutting up.
Yeah, I mean, but that's another, and that's what I said about, again, not having foresight, right? You're out here committing more crime. You're out here destroying your communities. You're saying all these people is they trying to separate us in the courts and stuff, and the reason why they're doing that is because they want to put all our black asses in fucking prison. Well, guess what? Though that 63% uptick from fucking 2018 until now didn't come from anywhere either. And if it's coming from your county and your county is predominantly black, there's a problem. So when is the time when you're going to fucking monitor and check yourselves so other people don't have to check you? Like, this is my fucking issue. These men would never have to been able to have to come up with some bullshit like that to go back to Jim Crow laws if black people was checking and correcting their own fucking community first. Don't give them any incentive that they have to come down like the hand of God and do shit for you because you won't do it.
Yep.
Because when these people, when anybody who's in charge, if they have to come down here and fix shit for you, they're going to do it their way. And they're not going to give a fuck about your feelings or how it affects you. They're just going to solve the fucking problem. These dudes,
I have a question.
yeah, these Senate people and stuff like that, they don't live in that county. They don't live in those neighborhoods. They don't understand the poverty levels and the things that they're going through with getting fresh food and fresh water and the education system. These motherfuckers live in their fucking 4-acre, 5-acre fucking mansions in other counties that they never had to do that. Their fucking public school system is like 4 out of 10 or 5 out of 10. You know what I'm saying? They have higher graduation rates, higher rates of people going to college and getting successful jobs that average around like maybe 75,000 or more. This is what they're used to. They don't understand your county and they don't understand the culture of that county. So they're never going to do anything that's going to benefit you. They're going to look at you as a fucking science project, and all they want to do is just fix the fucking problem. If the problem is to lower the fucking violence, whatever means necessary for them to lower the violence, they're going to do it. That they don't care how many they have to fucking throw, how many people they gotta throw in fucking prison, how many people they gotta put them in state prisons or whatever not. They don't care. They're just gonna solve the problem. But if you was proactive in fixing your fucking community first, stopping the violence, the robberies, and all that shit, and the larceny and the looting and all that stuff in your own community, if you did that first, there would have been no reason for them to change the rules. And that's and this is what these men who quote unquote say they're leaders, this is what they don't fucking get. They don't understand. Mia, you still there? Your sound went out.
Yes, give me 1 second. I'm listening.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's nothing I can do at this point. And there's nothing that nobody else can do at this point because right now it's kind of too late. You're not going to be negotiating with a full deck at this point. So even if you do all the advocating and the marching and stuff like that, which I'm not saying people shouldn't do it. You should still try to, make the situation better than, you know, you possibly can, but just to let you know, you're not dealing with a full deck to get the best option for yourself and your community. You're not at this point because you wasn't proactive. You worrying about shit that you shouldn't be worrying about, and these motherfuckers are sitting up here making up whole motherfucking new rules and bringing back old laws. And I think in Mississippi they also brought back a bill to say that you can start to be hanged again. Like, how did y'all let that slip through? That they brought back hanging. Strange fruits, huh? You allow these motherfuckers to bring back strange fruits hanging on a tree? Like, y'all, yeah, you got me all the way fucked up. This is why
Girl,
I'm kind of glad I'm in New York City, because like there's no fucking way. There is no motherfucking way.
but it's like they have no concern. And each video after video, I have seen this last two with one black guy, and then the second one to the last was like three black guys. But on each one of these protests, girl, it's like 100 black women. It's like, are you freaking serious? You know, it's an embarrassment for you to leave these women to do this here by themselves, as if you don't live in the same city with them,
Right.
as if this is not going to affect you. And they keep thinking winter is coming. It's coming for y'all first.
Yep.
These police, these people know we not creating all the crime. It's y'all. Y'all want to sell drugs and gang bang and break into people's houses.
Yep.
I did something last year on stats for like what black women go to crime jail for the most. You know what it is? Shoplifting. Now that is embarrassing. But you Negroes, y'all go to jail for freaking hardcore crime.
Homicides.
Homicide.
Homicides, sexual assault, sexual harassment,
Armed robbery.
pedophilia, drugs, what I'm saying, illegal substances, trafficking of illegal substances, of trafficking of firearms, illegal firearms, like holding having having concealed weapons without a license. Like, y'all go, there's so many things that y'all go to jail for that, like, if you look at the penal laws, they you make it so easy for them to drop the whole fucking
But
book on
some
you.
kind of way in that manosphere, all of the crimes they commit is because of women. It's because of women. The women made us break into this house. Women make you to do this. Women make you to. They are like ridiculous. Mm-mm.
Yeah, you can't listen to them. They're just stupid. Because and I mean, like, that's the reason why they some of them are whining and complaining now, talking about, look, white man, look at these black women. You have to help us get them in check, because then we can't control the community. Y'all can't even control yourselves, bro. Y'all can't control yourselves. You can't control your emotions. You can't control your lust. You can't control your I want this and I want it now, and looking at the bigger, y'all have no self-control, and everybody sees you have no self-control. So why are you talking about you need to be controlling anybody else? Master controlling yourself first.
Oh, girl, and the first thing they want to say is we have the single mothers. That's it's all the fault of the single mothers. But you know what? Why back in the day there wasn't as many single mothers? It wasn't that people wasn't having sex. That single mother got pregnant, and she went to her family crying, and somebody from her house went and found that man, and they had something called shotgun weddings back then. See, they don't do that. There's no more community to say, oh, player, you're gonna have to take care of this here. And that's what happened. A
And
lot of people
yeah.
wasn't just proposing to and all of that. You did it out of your obligation. You knew what you did. And you wasn't gonna leave everybody in that family be burdened with that baby. But it's no responsibility no more.
No.
But anyway, let's hear a little bit more of this.
With white women. That's just the reality. Because even when they're gay and they date out, they primarily date.
Oh no, let me forward
that
a
tells
little.
you there's some
woman, they're going to believe me. This is why they get to do this shit. They know the dominance that they have over black men, and black men who choose white women arbitrarily over black women, like Omari, most of them have that in common. These are feminine men, and tell me if you're wrong. And see, the thing is, if you ask the men, they won't say this, but ask any black woman if these men don't have feminine qualities. They're very feminine, they're very girly, and they are literally submitted to these white women.
Okay, so if they're feminine guys, why would you want them anyway?
Let me tell you something. I don't want anything with a man that chooses white women. You understand? When I see men with white women, I instantly am not attracted to them. I don't want them anyway. So, and then the mindset that black women are pining over these men. Maybe there are some women that are feeling a little some kind of way because they're with white women. I'm not interested in you when you date. It's sick to me because there is something, and I put this picture to people in their heads all the time. You can put the most dominant looking, dark skinned, masculine, muscular Zulu warrior type of black man, and if you picture him and you put him on the arms of a white woman, that masculinity starts to dissipate. And that's what happens to me psychologically when I see black men with white women. That's just me. So I don't care. I'm never jealous.
Right. I said earlier that I actually said earlier when they brought up the good man going to white women earlier, I been said that there is no good black man that will be with a white woman. We all know that these black male swirlers are undercover booty snatchers. We know this.
And I just wanted to jump in real quick too and say I'm sorry, Cynthia. But I just had to say this, like, when you talk about black women, like, we're so jealous of men, these incidents that you're giving of black men with white women are low. The majority of black people are in relationships with other black people. And as far as them needing to be already built up and have a bunch of money, you guys just said earlier in the segment that the majority of black people are poor or working class. So who are these people in relationships with? Most of us are in relationships, but that's still a fact. Most of us are in relationships with people of our own economic class. Nobody is, because those people who you're talking about, those celebrities, those people are in the 1%. The majority of us don't have that kind of money, won't see that kind of money, and we're in relationships with our equals. So I know all women aren't trying to get some rich man that's already made. And if you're going to let Jenny Jones or any other TV show make you think that that's how relationships really go, then that's sad for you.
No, I didn't say anything about Jenny Jones. I was talking about Oprah Winfrey. I was talking about Ebony. I was talking about Essence. I was talking about Manosphere. These are all black-owned and operated operations.
But that means you're talking about your mom and your grandma. You're not talking about us.
Madame Noir is new.
Well, the thing is, if you're talking about women who were possibly influenced by Oprah, but if we want to talk about Oprah, let's beat this dead bitch too. Because if you want to say that Oprah, and I get it, I understand, because I do agree that Oprah she was disparaging against black males. I will agree with that. But I will not say that it was limited to black males. I believe there was a complete feminist agenda completely with Oprah, and that she disparaged most males. And also, I think that we are in the era of feminine men, so they're not thinking clearly about that time. I remember very candidly what was going on during that Oprah era, that Sally Jesse era. That was the time when a lot of women did not have spaces on television to vent, to talk about molestation, to talk about domestic violence, to talk about things that, people did not want to talk about because it was ugly stuff. So you saw groups of women coming on sharing, and the stuff that happened in coffee shops with women in the salons was brought to your TV. So the appearance of it was more like, let's bash the men, because it was promoted a lot. But basically, it was a woman's space. And in that space and time, it was used by feminists or by whoever to kind of extrapolate what was going on within female relationships and to hyphen the agenda. But to sit up here and talk to women, even in their 40s, and say that, you guys did this during Oprah, and y'all chose, you guys like to say y'all chose food stamps and all this kind of stuff. You talking about your mama, you're talking about your grandma. You're not talking about none of us.
Okay, so how do you explain Ebony?
What do you feel about that?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's true. Like, they can complain and whine and cry that they think that everybody's going after the 10% top elite 1% and all the stuff like that. But if you're complaining about all the fucking single parent households that's in our community and children having to be in, on systems and welfare and all the stuff like that, you can't say those things and then say that women are only going for the elite people. Like it just doesn't make any sense. And that's why I said that's that double sword. You can't, like, those, I'm not saying that those two things are not happening, but those two things are not happening simultaneously together. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
everybody is not going after the 1%. Most people don't know anybody.
I'm listening. Oh, you went out, MJ. Or is it me? Hello? Oh. Um,
Mio, can you hear me?
yes. No, I was just about to say, um, the part I disagree with, well, kind of agree and disagree with, because I've always hear these men keep with this talking point that Oprah was disparaging black men. I never heard Oprah disparage black men ever. My grandmother was an avid Oprah watcher. Now, I do remember Oprah had that interview with Ice Cube, right? When he did his first movie, and she was talking about how funny it was, blah, blah, blah. And he tried to mention something about his music. And she said, well, we already talked about that. I don't promote that. A lot of black men were upset, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in her mind, she was supporting a black man. She just was not supporting gangster music and stuff and NWA and all of that. Now, that is her right to me. She felt like it was self-destructive. She felt like it was not a good look for black men. That is the disconnect, that these men are so simple-minded. She always promoted, when she did bring men on there like Cuba Gooding Jr., Denzel, she always had celebrity men up there. I agree with them when they said that it was a woman's space and it was for the first time you heard about the child molestations and all of these things. And it was, to me, more against most men, right? But I never heard her just attack or bash. Now, she never would support the black men music or the black women rap music, to be honest with you. It wasn't one-sided. It wasn't like she had Lil Kim up there and wouldn't have, Jay-Z. It was not like that. And
Right.
that's why I say they tell these lies over and over, and then people just believe them.
Right.
She was always, to me, for popular culture, but it had to be, in her mind, what I think she thought of was going to be something productive for the community.
Look,
Point
she
blank,
has a
period.
brand.
She didn't distort black men.
Right, she has a
Yes.
brand, okay? She has a brand. She has what her network and her image is going to be out there, and she has every right to promote what she wants to promote. If she does not like hip hop music, if she doesn't like it, if she's not a part of the, she doesn't like rap and all the stuff like that, or she doesn't like the things that she's talking about, she has every right to not to promote that on her channel. But the simple fact is that these men think that they're so entitled to for you to do everything for them that you're not supposed to give any type of form of pushback. You're not supposed to have like, okay, well, I might agree with you on this, but I don't condone it. I don't agree with you on that. You're not supposed to do that. You're literally just supposed to be 10 toes down with everything that they say, whether if you're against it or not. And because you don't do that, in their minds, you are disloyal. You're not loyal. But if she would have been more disloyal, if she told your black ass or told Ice Cube that he couldn't even come on her channel, you know what I'm saying? Like if she didn't even offer to do an interview with him to talk about the new movie and stuff like that, but she did it for every other bright shining white male actor or whatever not, then you'll get mad about that. But see, it's never good enough. Nothing you do is never good
She
enough
owned,
for them.
yeah. Even with LL Cool J, whenever, if you notice, he was on there a couple times, it was only about his movies, or his shows. They did not want to talk about his music. And that was something, a lot of black men felt like she just didn't have their back because of it. And I listen, it was her platform. And she did not agree with gangster rap music. And we come to find out now, a lot of people say that was horrible images for the black man. She just had the foresight and the intellect to say, hey, I don't want to put brothers on a main stage like this. But they still won't look at it like that because they have no foresight, and they're just a bunch of followers. It's like they hear one rumor and they just keep spreading it.
I mean, yeah, because it
But
has
I
nothing
feel
to do
like
with black women.
yeah, but she didn't have Foxy Brown and all of them up there either. It would have been different if she had all these negative women, black women up there rapping and talking about it, but she didn't.
Yeah,
It's
and
just, I
that's
don't
her
know.
thing. I mean, like I said, it's like when you don't do what they want you to do, you know what I'm saying? All of a sudden you're horrible, you're disloyal, blah blah blah. It's like I said, it's a shaming tactic. It's just a shaming tactic because I do remember because I used to watch Oprah. She ain't never have any of those hip hop female rappers and anything on there either. She did not promote that. That's not what her show was about. She had a brand. She had a specific things that she wanted to talk about. Yes, it was a initial women's space, and it did talk about things that women used to talk about, when they had their church meeting or Sunday, or a Bible study, or they have their Tupperware meeting and events at the house or brunches and stuff. That's what women used to speak about, and it was a culture shock for those type of conversations to be on national TV. And I think that that's another reason why a lot of men, they didn't like it, and they pegged women who had their own shows and stuff like that, all of them being a part of feminists, of the feminist movement or the extreme feminist movement, because they're under the oppression like things like that's supposed to be kept in house. You know what I'm saying? Like those things are not supposed to be talked about amongst so many people. Like they're all about hiding shit and hiding skeletons in their closet and shit like that. And they only wanted the promotion of what they want to promote to be out there, and they just wanted you to stand on them with it.
Absolutely, and that's what kept it happening. A lot of things with Oprah and Sally Jessica Raphael, they broke a lot of people from these incestuous homes because people started speaking out. Before it was taboo. Those grandmas and grandpas, they didn't want nobody to know this stuff was going on. You know, and that's how it kept going on because you could be ostracized by your family if you're bringing this up, right? You're making the family look bad,
Your
you know.
family, your community, the people used to be attacked at supermarkets or going out shopping with their children and stuff. They couldn't even walk certain areas and stuff like that. Like That's also what led to a lot of, like, with celebrities or people who used to do interviews who had a certain amount of clout and power. That's why they always moved away from their hometown and things of that sort. That's where that came from, because like if you said something and you was a representative of that place or of that culture, of that race or whatever not, and people, your community was against it, or it turned a negative light to them per se, like your whole family, everybody who's a part of you was involved.
Yeah. And you know, and even like with Monique, you remember when she said, well, what her brother was doing her, and she told her mom, and her mom beat her and told her to stop lying. You know, it came years later, he apologized and confessed and all of that. But listen, we wouldn't have heard all of these stories and, you know, knew everything because families were so hush hush. And then you see that, okay, to me, it made normal people who might have went through that felt like, damn, it wasn't just my effed up family, other people going through this too. A lot of times victims are so hurt and want to off themselves because they feel like it was only them who ever went through something. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But when they can open up their eyes and say, you know, it wasn't just my screwed up family. This here happens just when you got a sicko around you, you know? And it also, to me, helps them from blaming themselves. Like, what was it about me that made this person do me that, you know? And you had
Right.
to realize it wasn't nothing about you. That it was that person. That person was the sick asshole, not you. You were just, you know, I'm sad to say it, the wrong place, the wrong time.
Right.
You know, and I learned a lot from watching those shows. I really did. I learned a lot from watching it. It was a lot of empowerment, and it was just a lot of fun, wholesome shows. It wasn't a lot of, you know, sexuality and all of
I mean,
that.
well,
So it
everything,
wasn't
all
nothing
that
to
went to
what.
hell. All that went to hell with Jerry Springer. Jerry Springer brung out the
Yeah,
ratchetness and the sexuality and the fetishes and
yeah,
everything that always been behind closed door. Everything that you could have showed on in the middle of the night. You had to catch it at 12 o'clock at night. They used to show it on certain channels and stuff like that. That brought that to
hmm
the you know, the national front center. And then after that, that's when all forms of social media just went crazy. You know, like I really do. Jerry
yeah.
Springer would definitely, you know, was the pioneer of ratchet.
Yes, he really was. I agree. I completely agree. But I just hate when he always want to put this here on Oprah. Baby, Oprah wasn't trying to down the black community. She just wasn't gonna put nothing too negative about it. You know what I'm saying? That was it.
Well, I mean,
She
most
felt
of them.
like the rappers was giving bad looks, and she wasn't gonna endorse that.
I mean, but look at the issues that she was talking about. A lot of the issues that she was talking about were generalized issues that affects all communities, including the black community. She was not trying to highlight all the negative things about the black community as a you know, in a stereotypical way, because she's trying to move away from stereotypes. You know what I mean? Like, you literally,
Yes.
you know, you can't complain about you being stereotyped, but that's the only thing that you're talking about is all the stereotypes, and you're not trying to self-correct. You're making excuses why you have to do this. You're making excuses why you have to do that. It's never a plan to fix it. It's never a plan to correct it. So that's why she didn't promote it. She was like, all right, I'm just going to stick on general issues that everybody in you know, everybody in their different groups in the population deal with, and see, like, let's talk
Yeah.
about these things.
Yeah. And that's, to me, all she was doing. She really talked about things in a general way. Even if she talked about molestation, she wouldn't just have black people up there talking about it. She would have maybe one or two black guests and like 10 white guests. You see what I'm saying? It was never to where she wanted it to be all thrown like this was happening only in our community. That's what I call BS on a lot of the stuff, these talking points these men have. And I just think they get repeated so often, that the lie become the truth because you just keep hearing it. So you keep hearing it, people keep repeating it. It got to be true, right? Because all these people ain't gonna keep saying the same thing if it's wrong, but that's not the truth. They all repeating the same thing.
Yep.
My
Yep.
grandmother used to watch it and record it on VHS. Child, I'm talking about every day, faithfully. And she wasn't the biggest black male worshiper. I don't know who is. And she loved some Oprah. So you're not gonna convince me that this here. The only thing she used to complain about with Oprah, all them white women in there, all these get all the gifts. That's what she used to complain.
Right.
That's what she used to complain about. But I never heard my grandmother say Oprah was bashing black men. Trust me, she would have turned that off if that was the case.
Right. Yeah, but like I said, they have to paint the narrative, right? They have to paint the narrative. It's Oprah bashing black men, but how many black men with their talk shows and stuff like that, it's all set out to bash and degrade and devalue black women. And nobody blinks an eye and say, "Yo, you're bashing black women." They say that this is critical. They say this is constructive criticism.
Listen, she was a independent black woman. You really thought she was gonna have rappers up there calling women bitches and hoes on her platform? No,
Exactly.
I did not see no Miss Oprah going for that foolishness. And they could be as mad as they want. I agree with her. And they never worry about who ruined the black man image is them. Before that, with Dr. King and all of the people we had a decent black male, for the most part, right, on TV, the way it looked. But when these guys wanted to get into pimping movies and all of the 70s stuff,
Mm-hmm.
they made themselves into nothing but criminals. And then on top of that, when they did get a chance to rap and talk about their communities, yeah, at first in New York, we had KRS-One and,
Yep.
all of them. But guess what? When they got to hit that West Coast and that real gangster music, NWA really came out with it.
Mm-hmm.
Easy, man, it wasn't nothing positive about no black men. And it was black men making it unpositive.
Yep.
Black men didn't want a positive image. So how the hell you gonna get through what black men do on women? That's why I say
Exactly.
they gotta be either the dumbest or the weakest minded people in the world. The
They're
stuff
both.
you did, you blame on women. Something
Yeah.
you self-consciously do, you blame on the women.
Yeah.
God, this shit is unreal.
It's weird. It's crazy. It's kind of it's strictly cringe worthy. That y'all like. That's what I'm saying. Like your image was your control. You know what I'm saying? You're saying that these media outlets and all the stuff like that is promoting you this way, and this is not how you are. Y'all literally are the ones who set the tone. If y'all would have thought talking about powerful things and positive things and uplifting your community was more important than taking the fast route, the fast money, talking about gangster rap and all that shit like that, then we would see more of that today. How come we don't see that many KRS ones? How come we don't see that many Public Enemy and Arrested Developments and what's his name? I forgot his name. Funkadelic and all of the, like, how come we don't see those type of people um more frequent on main media that's representing, black men and the culture that they want for the community? Those men were the originals, and they literally have died out, and nobody has picked up the baton to take on those type of positive image. But yet we have so many
But do
fucking
you ever hear
copycats.
them say? But you ever hear them say Pimp C, um, all of these people with pimps in their name?
Yep,
Do you
Pimp
ever hear them
C,
say?
Young Thug, Young this, Young
Do you
Perp,
ever hear them say
Young
these
Dog.
brothers are ruining our image? No, it's
No,
only women.
no,
Like
no.
y'all so weak. They so damn weak, girl.
Yo,
These niggas is weak.
Lima, they will go quick to fucking curse out and attack Megan Thee Stallion and Gorilla before they talk about fucking Young Perp, Young Thug, Young this, Young that, Waka Flocka, all these fucking goofy ass fucking names. things, they will go quick. It's Megan Thee Stallion that's ruining the fucking community after you done skipped about like 50 goddamn fucking rappers that all they talk about is fucking drill rap.
And drugs.
Drill
All
rap,
the
drugs.
men rappers
Right.
teach
Drill
all
rap
of
and
your
drugs,
sons
but
to
you
get
think a
on
girl
drugs.
twerking is destroying the community.
Molly Percocet. That's Future biggest hit. Molly Percocet.
Exactly.
You know? But he's a leader to them.
He's a leader. He's somebody
They
to
all
look up
promote.
to.
They promote your kids to get on drugs. But yeah, all you can do is talk about is the women. It's the women wanting our image.
Right. Because twerking is what's leading to drugs, crime, and all this shit. Like, being able to drop it like it's hot is what's causing all of this. Yes. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, and the whole thing is they made the woman turn into that. You know how many years was T-Pain at his hottest when he fell in love with a stripper? The minute he started falling in love with a stripper, he was all.
The man made a whole song saying, I'm in love with a stripper, she ride. Like, come on now. Like, seriously, you have songs that was literally out there promoting women to be promiscuous. And then you're going to now bash the same women that you told her to get promiscuous. You know what I mean? Come on, like, Juvenile. Girl, you look good. Why don't you back that ass up? What motherfuckers wasn't talking about loving? Motherfuckers wasn't talking about relationships and marriages and children and shit like that. You got fucking Chris Brown.
But
These
it's the
hoes ain't loyal.
women.
Like,
The women ruin the black male image, MJ. Why is you women ruining the black man image? You know the black man is all wholesome and loving.
Right, he's so religious. So religious. These hoes ain't loyal.
What the Weeknd say? I only call you when it's half past 5. That's the only time I'll ever call you mine. God damn.
You know, it's 5 in the morning. Come on now, and I am talking dirty shit. Come on, like all these motherfucking songs. So who destroyed your image,
black
bro?
men,
Like, seriously.
we didn't have a voice. Y'all had the loudest voice ever. Y'all had radio plays because women ain't had no radio play. Oh, Lord. Just a complete always victim thing gets to me. Like, I just want some of them to say, you know, I want a man to come up one day and say, you know what? It's all bad. We let the women who was following us to get on crack because we thought it was a party drug, you know, because that's what really happened. It was husbands bringing that shit home to their wives. That crack is the only drug that took the wife, the mom away from her children. You know that? Not heroin, not all the other drugs black men did. Only crack, my dear. And they never will apologize or take responsibility. That's why I always tell black women, don't follow these men. Do not. We have followed them into getting pimped out into prostitution. We followed them to being victims of abuse. We followed these men into crack era, into gang banging. Y'all follow these men. Where else you going to let them lead you to? They lead you to damn destruction. You better have your own mind and lead yourself. Now, if somebody have a good solution, go for it. If it don't sound right, follow your own mind.
You had the stick up kids convince the women to be set up queens, and they get mad that men are out here fucking getting set up and losing their lives or getting fucking their chains snatched or being shot up and or whatever, not over stupid shit like that. Like it's just too much. You just gonna have to just take your L and correct that y'all fucked up. You fucked all the way up. You wasn't thinking. You wasn't thinking about things that were serious.
Don't be scared. Hold on, my boy Kevin thing. Let me get a man's perspective on this here. Hey, I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to be on mute. And then I got a little 3-year-old Who telling me he not about to be quiet? Mr. Kev, you ain't coming out? Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
3-0, like, this is my house. I'm gonna be loud.
Girl, that's, you see how loud he is? And then if I put my finger in front of my mouth and go like, shh. He put his finger in front of his mouth and tell me, shh. Like, I don't know if he understanding that mean for him or for me.
He's like, it's
but
both.
Whatever, it ain't working. Because I put my finger in my mouth and I said, shh. He do the same thing back, girl. Okay, let's listen a little bit more.
Okay.
Who the fuck reads Ebony? Hit one of
women in your age range.
I haven't looked at an Ebony since 1988.
You may not, but black women in your age group read Ebony right now.
I don't look at it. I don't know.
You may not, but black women do.
We're all black women. 100% of women on the panel said they don't look at it.
That's fine.
But it's a fucking magazine. That does not dictate our behaviors.
That's fine, but that still doesn't mean that it doesn't speak to black women right now.
Okay, but can I speak to that? Can I speak? So is it any more?
It doesn't speak to the majority of black women. It does not. And you're using that as a smokescreen. So
no, you actually that's this article.
No, because you don't have any evidence for that, Obsidian. So you
no. Cynthia G actually cited an Essence magazine article on Hardwick. She cited it in her video. It's right there.
Right.
I didn't see the video. So
okay. So my thing is this: what I heard you lay out was a 4-minute lead up to why niggas should be able to fuck white hoes.
No, I didn't.
You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I didn't. Yeah. I mean, I'm saying, don't, please don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not going to have an exchange because we're not going to agree. So all I'm saying is this. What I heard was a black man leading up to why it should be okay to fuck white hoes. So here's the deal. Just understand that when you do that to the majority of us is lightweight disrespectful when you want to talk about us too. If you want to join in conversations about what's going on in our community, I think you should exclusively date in our community. And I think that's the message that the majority of Black America is sending to quote-unquote swirlers. Not that you're not Black anymore, not that we don't accept you anymore, not that we won't accept you if you came back, but that your opinion is invalidated by the bias you choose.
Women who was there with
I got a cash out. Thank you so much.
Go down it, but you don't have any merit speaking on us as a whole anymore.
Well, I agree with Cynthia and Chrissy on this point that black women who support, black men like an Omari Hardwick, they shouldn't support him. I see no problem with that. He or she who pays the piper calls the tune. Black women are supporting what I refer to jokingly as Black Vagina Vision Media. They're paying to have black men and black women cater to their interests. So I don't see any problem with that. If black women don't want to support Omari Hardwick because of this incident that he had with this one black lady and his white wife and all the rest of it, I don't have any problem with that. Got no problem.
You officially become an all lives matter multicultural nigga, so you don't get to tell black people what to do from that standpoint.
If black women are underwriting the whole thing, they have every right not to support that. I have a problem with that. Fine by me. To me, what the big lesson to be learned in this is that Omari Hardwick didn't understand who he was working for. He's working for black women. That's who his boss is. He didn't know that before, but he knows it now.
Right, so he thought it was cool to do this kind of stuff because it was black women, because there's no sense of urgency to respect or have any sort of bond or camaraderie, or what is the word I'm looking for, any type of protection for your own. But, like the white man, he is going to emulating what white people do, which is protect their own, and they want you to respect theirs, and they want you to uplift theirs, no matter how shitty it looks, no matter how trashy it is, no matter how irrelevant it is. And he was dealing with Black women, so he didn't feel like, he had to respect them, because nobody feels like they have to.
He didn't understand that when you work for Black women, you are available to them at their beck and call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He didn't understand that you are Black 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that means that you are with a Black-looking Black woman.
Well, he'll understand.
He didn't understand that, but he understands it now.
And when he ended up Bill Cosby, he'll understand it when they meet.
He understands that now. And I agree. It makes perfect sense. If you're going to be working for Black women, because that's what he's doing, then those are the terms. Those are the terms and conditions when you work for Black women. So I think all the other Black men, the Hill Harpers of the world and all the rest of it, they need to take notes here.
I can't even say that, because
I'm going to skip it a little further. So while I was trying to really hit my point, I just wanted y'all to hear a little bit of that conversation. You have anything you wanted to add, MJ, to that?
Yeah, only thing I want to add to things like that is I understand why people who believe that if you're somebody who interracially dates, that you shouldn't have too much to say about the dating requirements of people who intraracially date, right? I understand that, right? Because at that part, you really don't have a whistle in it per se. You shouldn't care that much. But when it comes down to serious situations in the community that affects everybody out of the dating paradigm, that person, whether they're in an interracial relationship, is still a part of the community. They're still Black. They're still going to have the Black experience, no matter what. So they should have, their voice heard in reference of what can be done to better the Black community, especially if they still want the Black community to be successful. But yeah, but when it comes down to the dating situation, yes, I do think that the ones who interracially date should not be that heavily invested. I totally agree about that. Like, those are conversations that you really should not really be that heavily invested in, about who's dating what and who's dating who. And because you can't get mad at somebody telling you, well, since you're dating this, you need to mind your fucking business. You know what I'm saying? So they shouldn't be that invested in those type of conversations.
So it's kind of like you're saying they have one foot in the Black pool and one foot out.
Not necessarily one foot. It's not like 1 foot in and 1 foot out. It's just that they just need to know, like, their lane. And I think that everybody needs to know their lane. Like for example, if you're a person who dates out all the time, right? You date out all the time. Let's say that's your preference. That's all you date, right? If you have issues with the dating market, you're no longer in the dating realm of issues that pertains to Black people when it comes from Black men dating Black women. Your issues about the dating market is what you're going through with the preferences that you're dealing with, their dynamics of dating and what they do and not. So stop correlating the two. And what I have noticed a lot in the manosphere, especially with incels, when they do a lot of the complaining about women doing this and women doing that and doing all these horrible things to them, they're actually not really even talking about Black women. They're talking about their preferences that did those things to them, because they have made it perfectly clear that Black women is not even an option to them. But yet all their frustration and anger is being projected on Black women that they don't date. And this is why they need to stay out of certain conversations. But when it comes down to general conversations about homicide, femicide, school shootings, drugs in the community, the prison pipeline of children getting fed into that system, subsidies, home, like, they're still Black. They should care about those things. You know what I'm saying? They can give their input and their intake in those things. But when it comes down to dating and mating, they should just be a silent a silent partner at that point.
No, I completely agree because even with your last show, I came on just because I really wanted to come up there, but I really, if you notice, don't try to give hardly no dating advice because I don't know what it is like to date right now, and I think I would be giving like some historical dating advice, I wouldn't want to mislead somebody to something, so you're right. And I think that if they're not even interested in dating their own race, I have a problem with those people. Why do you always put down your race? I don't have a problem with anybody who loves or dates anybody outside their race. The problem I have is you have to shit on your own people for that group. That is my problem. Because whenever I keep hearing somebody say this person is better, this race is better than my own, it's like self-hatred to me.
But you know what's so
And I
funny
mean,
about that? Oh, go ahead, Lima.
mm-hmm.
Oh, I was
No,
gonna
go
say
ahead.
what's so funny about that the people who do that, that means that they dated for, how can I say this? I don't want to misconstrue my words. They dated for a reason outside of just genuinely just being interested in finding a significant other. And it didn't matter about their race. Like, if you're sitting up there and you're interracially dating and the only thing you're talking about is the race that you don't date, there is a problem there. That's a big red flag that you have hidden reasons why you're interracially dating, and it's more selfish reason behind that as well. Like me, for example, I date anyone. I date all races. You know what I'm saying? I have no preference. I date all races. I will never fucking sit up there and say, "Oh, somebody this race is better than that race," and this. No, because if I actually genuinely just date everyone, I know that everybody fucked up. And everybody has fucked up individuals in their community. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have to make a generalized I don't have to make a generalized statement just only pertaining to one specific group. I can call everybody in the community a waterhead because I actually experience everybody in the community being a waterhead, right? But when you a person who only just dated one specific type of person, and you have all these negative stereotypes from people that you never dated, you never gave the time of day to, you never had experience to, then I would be, if I was the person on the other side or that person preference, that would be a big red flag to me. Like that would be like run for cover and run, because inherently that person is not with you for you. They're just with you because of the stereotype that you represent. That you, like, in their minds, that you're better. Like, your whiteness make you better. You know what I'm saying? Your whiteness make you more of value. Your skin make you more of value. You coming from this culture make you more cultivated, more of a part of the elite. You being able to speak this type of language make you have substance. You know what I'm saying? And then the people that you're talking about that you say that you don't speak, you think that you're beneath them. You think that they're lower than you. You think they're low and hanging fruit. You think they don't have no value. You think they're of no worth. Those would be huge flags for me, especially if that the people that they're talking about literally comes from their own people. Like, that's their own people, that's their own race, that's their own culture, but they got that much of a negative standpoint on anything that comes from them. Yeah, that would be a big red flag. Huge red flag.
Yeah, to me, it's like a lot of self-hate. And I'm like, I just don't deal with that. I prefer for you can like who you like and be whoever you want to be with. Just don't put down your own people because I know somebody who had children with a white woman. And it's in my family. And and when they broke up, he would always let her say the N word and all of that. And when they broke up, she was calling my damn cousins the N word. God, it was such a problem for me. But that's the problems I have with a lot of that. You know, to me, sometimes they don't know how to set boundaries.
But
I
that's
don't care
because
who the hell you are.
But that's because they're dealing with people like what people need to understand, yo. Just because somebody like black BBC or white BBC does not mean that that escapes them for being biased. It does not mean that they do not have subconscious bias of a people in general. People like to correlate who they fucking sleep with as in, oh, they must really like you. No, no, they person can whole sleep with a black person and fucking have the most negative fucking mindset in reference to black people in general. And this is why it's so easy when they're sitting up there talking about, oh, I love you, Kang, and blah blah blah. But then when you're not doing what you want them to do, you a whole nigger and a half now. Now they like nigger with ER and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it could flip so quickly because it doesn't correlate. You have being intimate with somebody does not say that this person is not a racist, or not to say that this person don't have subconscious biases, not to say that this person wasn't even raised in a household who held stereotypes and stigmas against people. You got to be realistic.
And yeah, and that's where I come in at. You know, I don't really care about it because I've seen successful interracial marriages, and I think they're beautiful. So I don't really, have it to where that, but I do know that I only prefer to be around the ones who can keep it real, who don't have to hate our people, you know, because to me, it just would be annoying to me if I was with a person of a different race and every time you turn around, they were talking major cash money stuff about their own people, you
Yeah.
know?
Yep.
There's a guy, he be on Fight Club, his name is Uncle Tom. And he despises black women. And he always brags that he's married to a white woman. And I mean, I have no problem who he married to. Hopefully they're in love and everything. But why you always comment on black women? You know? And his thing is, he always say, my mom's a black woman, my sister's a black woman. But you're talking about in a dating and it's such a negative thing. But every time you ask, well, why is you even commenting on black women? He feel like he got a right because his mom is black and his sister is black. But it's never nothing good, girl. Not one positive comment.
So here's my thing. So unless if he, and I hate to be crude, unless he's sleeping with his mom and his sister, he don't got a dog in his bite. If your only
Exactly.
if your only experience is being with white women, you don't get to say what dynamics black women are in relationships that you never been in. Like sit your ass
Yeah,
down and just be a spectator. That's what you're supposed to be. That's it.
yeah. Now, if it's anything else in a subject come up, I'm like you. You feel free to jump in. But anytime they get to dragging for black women, he the first one, and he always telling them, that's why you should have a Becky. That's why you should have a Becky like me. And I mean, that's great if that's what you're advertising. But I always tell people this. I even saw pro-white male, female, pro-white male leadership is. If you keep saying that white men are better than black men, you know that by default you're saying that white women are better than black women.
Exactly.
And I tell Uncle Tom, if you keep saying white women are better than black women, by default you're saying white men are better than black men. You can't have one without the other. Whether that's what they realizing they saying or not, it's the truth.
Exactly.
You know. And again, I want to make this clear. I'm not a racist, and I don't care who somebody date or love. I just think it's odd when you know you're not in, dating that person, or you don't even ever have an appeal or attraction to date people of your same race, but all you want to do is put them down. It's almost like do they hate looking at themselves in the mirror? You know, like.
Yeah,
And if you
they
notice,
hate.
if they have a darker child, they really don't even connect with that
Oh
darker
man,
child.
I've
You
seen
know,
a
because
story about that, Lima. I think about it was like maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, and this couple, right? This couple, it was a black guy. It was a preference. I think the girl was a Latin, a white Hispanic woman, and they had a kid. They wanted kids, right? And they was under the impression that their kids was gonna look mixed, a mix, and probably have, the mother's eyes, which is blue, and whatever not. So when they had their daughter came out with the phenotype and the hair texture and the eyes of the father, not the mom. So he had the stronger gene. The daughter rarely had anything of the mother. So she came out the same replica of him, and he pretty much he and that woman wanted to disown that little baby girl. Off of being born,
what?
it was like they came out and made a post talk about how their baby is so ugly. This is not what I expected. This is unacceptable. You know what I'm saying? I thought that she was gonna have a sun-kissed skin. I thought she was gonna have 3C hair like me, and I was gonna have my eyes. They were so upset that the baby came out Afro, predominantly Afrocentric phenotype. And I said
Girl, that is
that
sad.
disgusts me to the core. They was ready to literally drop her off at the fucking shelter because she didn't look like what they wanted. Little baby girl. I'll
That's
tell you
why I
that day
always
when
tell
when I
people,
heard that I had to log
I
off.
really do say this a lot. I don't think they like the way they look. That's crazy.
Yeah, they really don't. They really don't. Like I said, like it's the way how they go so hard on non-ambiguous black women's features and their hair texture and stuff like that. They have all the most negative things to say about these things about black women. That you can look at them and know that they're black. They're not mixed. You don't have to ask that question, where are your parents from, and all the shit like that. The way how they go so hard against them, they have to hate their features. They have to hate their features. They really do. If you like, are you looking in the same mirror that we look in? Or is this one of the mirrors at the circus that change your shape, that change your face, that change your face features and how your shape of your face and your nose are and stuff like that? Because they act like they don't see they have the same features that they're sitting up here, devaluing. It's insane to me.
Yep, absolutely insane. But I would hate to be that child.
We was
Can
in
you
the
hear me?
we was in the chat. We was in the chat talking about where their location is at, and I was like, that was quick. I was like, I'm about to take that baby. Give me that baby. I don't deserve that fucking baby. Like seriously, I was ready to go grab that baby from them because by them acting like that, that baby's gonna get tortured in their house. She's gonna be tortured. She's gonna be they're gonna remind her every single day that she is not wanted. She wasn't wanted. She doesn't look the part. She's not loved. I was looking, searching for that lady. I was like, give me that baby. I'll take that baby, God damn it.
Girl, me too, because that's my weakness, girl. Kids and the elderly. That is horrible. Damn.
I don't play
It
around
would
with
have been
that.
better for them not to have any child.
They don't deserve, and that's
People
what a
like
lot of
that
people
don't deserve any
yeah.
child.
And that, what's so funny? A lot of people did tell them that, like, under their video, they was like, y'all don't deserve to have children. You need to get snipped. They said he needed to get a vasectomy and she needed to get a hysterectomy. They was like, y'all don't deserve fucking kids. Like, just leave it alone. Let it be dead. Let it be dead. Cause
Yeah,
you
and they
so damn
don't
stupid.
realize
You don't
that
know how
either.
genes work.
That's right. That just meant the dad had the stronger genes. That's it.
That's all that meant. You know, girl.
Yeah.
But they got people like that. I'm telling you.
Yep. I was like, nope,
They
nope,
have
nope,
people
nope. I
like
was like, I
that.
want that baby. I mean, I'm to
Girl.
this day, I still pray. Like I said, that was like from 5 years ago. I'm praying that baby got
And
help.
you
I'm
still
praying that
remember.
baby was given to a family member that really loves them and grew up in a house of love. Because to be born to some fucking demonic parents like that, I don't know what. I don't know what.
That is sad. Man. Okay.
Let's play a little more of this here video. Because it's very interesting, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
y'all remember this video is from 4 years ago. And he could not control himself at all, y'all. But since said he was lucky to be on this platform and not her own.
I just think that that's not necessarily the case. I'm not into media, so I can't speak to specific celebrities. But what I will say is that in the cases that have come across my table, the issue is where that was there was that one actor who was with a very racially ambiguous woman and then was calling her a black queen. I think behavior like that inflames Black women. I don't think it's simply because this person has chosen outside of the community. I think it's a lot of their behavior that is problematic. I think it's when you have situations where you have Black men literally leaving, as some of the women were saying earlier, Black wives, when they get money for somebody that's white or racially ambiguous, that is upsetting to Black women. And I think the rest of what you said about, because she can't get a man like that or doesn't have a man like that, and you have to just bow down and they're paying the bills, so you have to do what they want. I think all that's just unnecessary rhetoric that's coming from a place of maybe, I don't know, some sort of weird issues that you have with Black women. I just think it was a lot of unnecessary verbiage, a lot of kind of low blow, disrespectful verbiage that was not needed and is completely irrelevant to the point that you may have been trying to make, or any relevancy to any issues that Black women may have collectively or individually with celebrities or individuals in media who are moving in ways that are disrespectful to them as a collective.
Okay, now here's the thing that everybody's ignoring with this Omari Hardwick situation and the brother that plays Luke Cage. Okay, first of all, you can't judge
That sounds
Black
like angry
men
bitch.
in Hollywood by the same standard that you would judge the average everyday Black man. Because number one, you have to be susceptible to certain types of bullshit to even be part of that whole scene. So there's a lot of shit going on with Black men in Hollywood. The least of it is interracial dating. Because for one thing, anybody that knows the Omari Hardwick's history, just like a lot of brothers, there are some questionable things he's been in as far as masculinity when it comes to homosexuality. All right. Aside from that, I don't know why you guys aren't surprised because art.
I'm sorry, but that was just hilarious the way you just said that.
I mean, it is because one of the very first things that brother was in was a video. I can't remember whose video it was. It was a music video, and it was talking about the music video was alluding to the undercover brother, and Omari Hardwick was the undercover brother. He was laying in the fucking bed when this dude rolled up in his house, and he was laying there with the inviting come to bed look. So you're already dealing with brothers who have compromised themselves anyway when you're looking at Hollywood. You understand what I'm saying? So you're going to see that type of behavior with those brothers. And then at the same time, it's just like the sister said earlier, when you get up to that level of money, that's a very low percentage of Black men. So I don't think we should be judging black men by that standard, because they got a lot of shit going on with them, especially with homosexuality. But the other thing is, I don't know why people are surprised with Omari Hardwick. Like, if you watch Power, that's literally art imitating life, because in the show Power, he leaves his black wife to be with a white Latina. So, like, I don't know why they're surprised. Like, I don't know why they're surprised when it comes to what he's doing. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen pictures of him or when he's out and about, you know, in his personal life. If you just look at the way the brother dressed, you'll say, okay, that's not a average everyday brother. You feel what I'm saying?
Boy, his wife looks like a man. Like, am I the only one that knows that she looks like a whole man? How masculine she is, even with the short man haircut. That's a man. Any black man that is attracted to a masculine white woman is gay.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay, so if he's gay, then why are black women so concerned about him?
Because
remedial people assume things, and you sat up here and assumed that black women were attracted to him. When did black women say they were attracted to him? Nobody is checking for booty snatcher Amari Hardwick. Like, nobody.
You introduced him to the conversation. We didn't introduce. I haven't thought about this Negro. You introduced him.
Yeah, I did. Based on what I read on social media, including Cynthia G. I think last time I checked, she had somewhere over 26,000 hits on the video, over 7,000 comments.
Though, I mean, but we created video. It was probably.
Did you have something you wanted to say? It was too much.
Booty snatchers. I mean, but listen. I mean, at the end of the day, like, that what the guy said is right. You know, these shows like BMF, Power, and all this stuff like that, they're literally imitating the life that's out here right now. That's why these shows are successful, because, you know,
but
people.
It's the image that the black man been brought us in the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah.
It's their image that they want. They love that. They live for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they say it's the black woman's fault.
Yep. That's why it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense about complaining. This is what you wanted. Deal with it.
Yes. Deal with it, honey, because guess what? I don't know. Let me back it up a little so I can hit that for my.
Up to that level of money, that's a very low percentage of black men. So I don't think
that's the GOAT talking, y'all. Did you know that?
They got a lot of shit going
on. No, that's not the GOAT. That's Angry Man.
That's what I said. Didn't you hear me earlier? I said that sound like angry. I said that sound like angry bitch.
Oh, girl, listen. I got this here thing from. It's titled the Obsidian Media Network, and it's called Obsidian Radio. You're listening to the best of Obsidian Radio, the live stream show. And when they're talking, they're saying that this is, I think, Nala's platform this was recorded from. But somebody told me that Obsidian have all of those Rumble in the Jungle videos on his thing. And girl, I'm talking about all of the old ones, because Nala and Taz took them down. But you can find all kind of conversations. You just click one. Like, if you're bored, just click one. But it's mostly gonna be them. With with just special guests. But this is very good. I'm so glad they have this archive, because it speaks at the same thing they were saying 4 years ago. We still having a problem with now.
Circulatory conversation.
When are we gonna reach the solutions? Goddamn. And you would think that these men, after all this time, would have came up with a favorable solution.
They ain't trying to fix it.
Women, we're gonna do X, Y, Z, and we need you. And women, we're willing to do X, Y, Z.
They ain't gonna fix it. They don't want to fix it. How many times have a lot of them been on social media talking about let the fucking community burn and fuck them kids? They're not going to fix shit. Black women just gonna have to accept that shit. Black women don't want to accept that shit. That's the problem. Cause I mean, they done give us every fucking proof that we possibly need what they're going to do and what they're not going to do. That's it.
Oh, you right about that. Let me play it so I can hear it.
With Omari Hardwick, like if you watch Power, that's literally art imitating life. Because in the show Power, he leaves his black wife to be with a white Latina. So like, I don't know why they're surprised. Like, I don't know why they're surprised when it comes to what he's doing. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen pictures of him or when he's out and about, you know, in his personal life. If you just look at the way the brother dressed, you will say, okay, that's not a average everyday brother. You feel what I'm saying?
Boy, his wife looks like a man. Like, am I the only one that knows that she looks like a whole man? How masculine she is, even with the short man haircut. That's a man. Any black man that is attracted to a masculine white woman is gay.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay, so if he's gay, then why are black women so concerned about him?
Because
here's the thing. Remedial people assume things, and you sat up here and assumed that black women were attracted to him. When did black women say they were attracted to him? Nobody is checking for booty snatcher Amari Hardwick. Like nobody said.
Conversation. We didn't introduce. I haven't thought about this, Negro. You introduced him.
Yeah, I did. Based on what I read on social media, including Cynthia G. I think last time I checked, she had somewhere over 26,000 hits on the video, over 7,000 comments.
Though, I mean, but we create video. It was probably a trending topic, right?
Oh, no doubt about it. That's the point. Exactly.
It's not fair to assess that we want him because he's currently trending.
I don't even think that. If he saw my video, then he know nothing about that was based on attraction, because I said in the video, neither him nor Michael B. Jordan were even remotely attractive to me because they were too feminine, and I don't understand why any woman would be attracted to them. They're not. Everyone who has watched my channel know what my type of man is. It's a dark-skinned black man who is oozing borderline toxic masculinity. That's not Amari Hardwick, okay? That's not Michael B. Jordan. Those are sugar booty, undercover ass bandits.
Okay, so but nobody was. I certainly wasn't making the case that you were attracted, or anybody, or for that matter, any black woman on the panel. I was speaking to the larger interest on the part of black women on black social media with regard to Amari Hardwick. Now, if your argument is that he's soft and he's on the down low or whatever, that's fine by me. So my argument is, why are black women so interested? If you got a man that's looking white and he's on the down low secretly, why do black women care?
Obsidian, the problem is this. When you say that, and I understand it's probably a fair assessment if you're trying to gauge black women by looking at social media. When you see women oohing and eyeing over here, are these adult women or these like millennial, not to say that millennials are on jokes, but are these like 20-something-year-old Instagram thoughts? Like, I don't know regular women that.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, my guess is that it's a cross section, but we could get a gauge of it if we can get data from the TV show Power. That would give us some sense of exactly who it is demographically.
Watching them in the household, though. I mean, I know a lot of women watch it, but a lot of men watch it too. But I don't think that means that you want him, even if you find him attractive. I don't think that means that you want him. It's just like I had made a video on my other channel. Well, remember when the Michael B. Jordan controversy happened? Okay, black men came to the video and accused me of dick policing, but they didn't listen to the video. On the video where he had all the white women, I told black women, you should not be angry that he chose a bunch of white hoes to pump and dump for the weekend. Right. Be glad that there were no black women on there being used as the freak of the week. Like, I didn't understand it. So my whole premise was, why do you care that it's a bunch of white men's daughters on here being used by these men? Obviously, a whole bunch of women, just a few men. We know what went down. So my premise was, why do you care? Let them have these hoes. Let them take this L. Why would you want to be on the boat? If you're on the boat, you're a hoe. So that was my premise. But all the black men came to my video and assumed I was jealous of these white women and I wanted to be with them. But that's never my premise.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Me. And the point that I'm making in this is, I do think, and I don't have any empirical evidence to bear this out, it's just my personal opinion and observation. I do think there is a not insignificant number of black women for whom it applies. I do think they have an attitude toward black men that black men belong to them. I do believe that.
Well, you know what? I'll believe that. I do believe
I believe my black man belong to me. I don't believe all black men. Nigga, we don't know you. What's wrong with these men?
I don't claim all of them. The fuck? Hell no.
Like, what is wrong with these people?
But that's their mentality, though. That's why
black women are.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, but that's why they believe that they can govern all black women. Whether like they're not in a relationship with her, they're not dealing with her, they don't have children by her, they ain't marry her. She's a single woman, but they think that they can come in there and tell you something about themselves because they think that you own them. They own you.
Yeah, and that's like this new talking point they started. Oh, you should respect all black men like your husband. I'll be damn. Nigga, I don't know you. And what would your husband or boyfriend or fiance or whatever you got going? Look how they look at you if you up here trying to respect a man that you don't know like you respect them.
Exactly. Like what would be the distinction between your husband and a man who didn't marry you if they're supposed to be treated the same? That's why I never understood why men who cheat on their wives treat their side chicks like they shouldn't be cheating, period. But why they treat their side chicks the same or better than their wives? What was the point of you
Because
marrying
they
that
believe
girl?
the wife is never going to leave. That's what it is. See, a lot of the times they feel like their wife would never leave. They feel like they got her sold up. So now they got to sew you, the side person, up because can leave. And that's what it is.
But then if that's the case, then that's why we as women look at men who talk like that hypocritical when they like to dangle marriage in your face as a badge of honor when
Yeah.
truthfully it is none, and this is why they don't value it, because they're going to treat the woman that they didn't have to fucking marry the same equivalent as the woman that they did marry. There is no fucking point.
Yeah. It really isn't. Let me tell you this here. If a guy's a cheater while you're dating, he gonna cheat while you're married. If a guy is a wandering eye while you're dating, he gonna have that same wandering eye while you're married. I don't know why people believe marriage changes anything. If he's honest and truthful to you when y'all dating, he usually will stay that way the whole time you're married. You do not have to force somebody to be faithful. All my friends, and I'm not trying to be too negative, had hardships with their fiancés and stuff, and they would go out and cheat, and they still pushed through and went through the wedding, and they had hell on marriages. They never stopped. They would pretend like they would, but they didn't. And I always say, however you get them like that don't mean they're gonna change. I don't care how much they cry and say, "Oh, baby, forgive me, I'm sorry." They still have the intention to still do that.
Of course. Of course. I mean, some things, like I said, change come from people who want to change. But a lot of people don't want to admit that certain things about them is just who they are. So you have to take people at their face value. So if you got a motherfucker up here who says they are youth advocate, but in the same breath say fuck them kids, yeah, I'm going to believe that you're only a youth advocate because you like using the pain that youth go through to get money, but you really believe fuck them kids. Like that happened on Taz's channel like about 4 days ago. A man came up there saying that he's a youth advocate and he sees that when he has to go down to court and advocate for these children to get education and clubs and events and stuff like that, that is always the
What?
women there, there's not men. But then the same breath, when the chat caught him in a lie, he was telling men to not sign the birth certificate if you possibly got a woman pregnant. She's a random. She better
Oh,
go fucking. You better go fuck them kids. Fuck her. You better go squirrel the egg. This is a man who's a youth advocate. I've been looking for this man's
oh my God.
information. I've been looking for this man information to send to his job, because he don't need to be around children at all with that type of mindset.
No, indeed. Mm-mm. And how is he looking at those kids? He's probably very demeaning to them kids.
Yeah.
You know, he's probably very demeaning and probably saying to them kids, "You lucky I'm here. Not that I'm happy to be here."
Yeah, and the kicker about it, Lima, he was on the panel. He got mad because we were discussing about how when women go out to like events or lounges or clubs and stuff, men think that they could put their hands on women, and and then they get mad when they're not received the way that they want to be received. And we was explaining that if a woman tell you don't touch her, you shouldn't. First of all, you don't supposed to touch a woman, but you're not supposed to get mad when a woman let you know that you stepped the boundary and she checked you right then and there. He came up there talking about the first thing he said, "Oh, but what about women who be touching your Johnsons and stuff like that in the club? Why do they think that you can do that?" And he wasn't really trying to have an honest conversation about it. None of us was not saying that men do not experience sexual assault or sexual harassment. But the way how he placated, he wanted to be a victim, just like victim on women who say that they're victim of men groping them and touching them inappropriately.
Yeah,
He
I
said
was
that.
there that night. I was there.
Yeah, he said, "Oh yeah, these girls was touching on my Johnson and stuff, but I screwed some of them." So, bruh, if you screwed some of the girls that was
Mm-hmm.
touching on your Johnson, you pretty much know. I mean, you're a victim, but you're no longer a victim. Nobody's gonna look at you as a victim because you didn't say stop. You didn't kick these girls out. You didn't set no boundaries. If anything, you took
No,
advantage
you
of the
went home with him
situation.
and had sex with him.
Exactly.
He went home and had sex with him.
Hmm. But he want people to look at him as a victim. He want people because he wants to paint himself as a victim, just as women who tell men don't grab me or don't touch my ass or try to sneakily touch me inappropriately in a club, and they turn around and say no. He doesn't understand that those women don't want that to happen. He thinks that women is twisted like him, who be like, "Oh, a man grabbed my ass. Okay, I want to go home with him." And then he got so mad that we caught him in his bullshit. He gonna come back online and talk about no. That's why I'm gonna tell these men, if you having sex with random, fuck those f those 304s and f those kids too. Don't sign the birth certificate until you get a DNA test, and then after that, whether if you want to be in that kid's life, then you can try to sign the birth certificate afterwards and whatever not.
But
But
then
other than that.
You know the part that really disgusted me with him? He just like randomly threw it into the argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Moo had got on him and was saying, "You want to be the baddest bitch up here."
Yep.
Right? And so he gonna take and say, "Well, don't tell me when I had 30 and 28-year-old women fucking me and I was only 15, 16. And most people was getting quiet because we like, what? Not you done brought up a whole serious charge,
Right. And that's why I stayed quiet. I stayed quiet because when it got to the level where he was talking about something that is, like serious, like, sexual child abuse and things of that sort, me being a mandated reporter, that's something that I needed to report. So I needed to hear more and I needed to be in that type of mindset. But the way how he did it, he only brung up that situation just to peg victimhood after he was sitting up there clouting and gloating at the simple fact that a woman touched his Johnsons in the club and he went home and had sex with them. Because he didn't get the reaction that he wanted, now he wanted to be a victim and he wanted to placate women being predators just like men are predators. But the funny thing is, nobody on that panel said anything different. We didn't say that women are not predators. We was just outlining and putting things in context that when women are in the club and you sit up there and you grab their ass and it wasn't they didn't want you to grab them, there was no enticement and everything like that, that is a sexual assault and we don't like it. He just could not fathom that. And then he goes on to say, being mad to show his true colors about how he feels about kids and how he feels about the kids that he actually worked with. Fuck them fucking kids. Fuck them. He was calling them horrible names like rats and he said they need to scramble their eggs and nobody's claiming them fucking those no name heathens. The same children that he's a youth advocate for.
Hey, Queen. Wow, what's good, Queen?
Hey, Queen.
Wow. Good evening, ladies. How are you?
Good evening. Hey, Miss Shazay.
I'm doing well. How are you?
Me alive and I continue to survive, my dear sis.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
I've been sitting here for a hot second editing and listening to you.
I know you got to get
Yeah,
that
that
work
live
done.
was sick. Queen Cascade, you was up there too. Yeah, that whole live, I just think he wanted attention, but I also think what Nala was saying was true. That he wanted people to attack him so he could go to his show and say, this how they treat the men victims or something, you know?
That shit was crazy. That was like a whole heap of emotional mess. To be honest, there was part of it that I got triggered, and then just in terms of I was multitasking and doing a couple of things, so it's hard to keep up with certain parts. But then, you know, there's different elements when it comes to the way that people culturally speak about things. So the reason, like, I wanted to ask him the question was because it was like, when he came up and saying women be on his dick, there's different contexts that you could take from that in terms of, you know, women coming into the club and chatting you up, or are women literally on your dick? Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, and it was just all a hot mess. But to see the video that came out the next day, and just in terms of how mad he was, and then everything that MJ is saying is correct, and to know that he was in his kitchen on live speaking in front of children of various different ages about them being crumb snatchers and saying about put them in the blender, and I was just like, what in the world is going on here? I can't with these dudes.
Yeah, he was a whole demonic character. He was on straight demon time because and the video that he did the next following day, he put Taz's name in it just to get clout to get people to come to his channel, but all it was a diatribe, you know, a diatribe of a word vomit of just bashing black women.
Oh,
That's
wait,
all that
I
was.
didn't see no video the next day. The video the next day was on his channel?
Yeah, he did a video on his channel. He put Taz's name in there saying, yes, exactly. He put Taz's name in it, but when he talked about anything in there, it was just all about bashing black women and calling us 304s, calling us single mothers, and all the shit like that. It had nothing to do with Taz. And the funny thing about it is, even within the discussion that we had on the panel, Taz has stepped away. He wasn't there. He wasn't there at all. He like the guy was arguing with was arguing with Mumu. You know what I'm saying? Like that's who he was arguing with. He wasn't arguing with Taz, but like I said, these fucking clout chasing fucking carpet munchers, all they do is that they'll go over to these panels with disingenuous, you know, behavior, knowing that they're not really trying to have conversations and talk and get some clarity, you know, or get an epiphany about things. They're going over there just to fucking start shit. They want to get you triggered. They want to get the people who's in the panel and the people on the chat triggered, so they can say, oh, it was 10 against 1. Go back to their channel and have a reason to now put the person name, the content creator's name in a title to bring over anybody who might have disagreement or don't like that content creator, to bring them over there to their channel to get subscribers. It's like the easiest manipulation tactic trick in the book. It's like manipulation tactic 101. You know what I'm saying? It's horrible. Like they're demonic, really truly demonic type of people.
He did come up with the intention of changing the conversation because he did say, you know, there's something else that he wanted to speak about while we were in the middle of speaking on another element. So he already redirected the what was the topic at that time anyway. And then
derailed the whole conversation and put the whole thing on himself.
Yeah.
It was disgusting.
And then, like MJ was saying, when ladies are asking questions, I get that obviously on the other side, when it comes to men, that there's a certain perception. But then, you know, when you're asking questions about the environment and different things that are going on, it can lead you down the rabbit hole of understanding why those things can take place. Now, I was a bit confused by parts of what I heard, because when he was saying what he was saying in regards to the women's behavior, and then how he was talking about owning clubs, and then he was talking about being in behavioral therapy or something for 15 years, I was like, well, if you've been in that career for 15 years and you've done your education and your background, then you would have an idea about how behavior and culture penetrates the fabrics of society, and especially when it comes to children and those teenage ages coming up. So it was like, you mean to tell me that you've been in behavioral therapy for like 15 years plus and you don't have an idea about these kind of things that are taking place? As well as, I didn't hear the part fully about groupies, but then on the playback when I was listening to it, it's like, well, y'all have been around long enough to understand groupie type behavior and groupie type mentality, but you still chose to let those kind of women into your club. You still choose to have these so-called bad itches in the VIP section. And outside of what happened to him, you know, you're supposed to be the proprietor of the club. You're supposed to keep an environment that's safe. So you well and know that women are behaving that way, and you're still making the choice to keep them there. You're not calling the police. You're not having security put them out. So you're a part of the problem also, as far as I'm concerned, because you're allowing that behavior to continue in your club, knowing well how these women act. And if that's how they're behaving, then it's on you, because you own the club. You are the one that's going to set the tone for what's going on in your club.
They know that.
He had a solution. His solution, y'all missed his solution. His solution was to take him home and have sex with him. That was his solution.
I told y'all that nigga was all cap. That's why I kept saying
Charles was cursing his ass out.
I know, trying to tell everybody, stand down, stand down.
Was lighting his ass out.
Wait a minute, I was in a chat typing, Shazay, say it one time for me, Shazay. Nigga, you gay.
Nigga, you gay.
I was in the chat, Shazay.
And then he was calling Rose, and then he was calling Renee old. I said, she in her 30s. How the fuck you calling her old?
It was a hot mess in a handbag, that one. But then it was like the way that he tried to weaponize it. And don't get me wrong, you know, people go through things. I don't agree with abuse of boys or girls, male or female, women or men. Y'all know who know me that I don't get down.
Definitely not.
Well, Muse,
Muse,
the night before that, when we having a conversation about that, and me and Caitlin kept saying that shit is wrong. If it had been my son, I'd have been in jail. Simple as that.
Listen, I told them,
I don't agree with that.
Queen
No
SK, and I told them a story about what happened to me when I was young, when my son was younger. I used to have card parties, and you know, you invite a bunch of ladies and they come play cards. So one day, this lady, she was 28, and she comes inside and she says, "Oh, girl, go get your son. He is too mannish out here asking me for my phone number." So I was like, "Really?" So I go to see which one it was. I knew which one it was anyway. I go outside and I'm telling him, "Hey, don't play with her. She's a grown woman. He's like, "Oh, okay, sorry, Mom." Later on, somebody tapped my shoulder and like, look at your son. He's back over there and I wrote his number down to slide it to the lady. And I heard her say, boy. She was like, you too young. Go ahead. But she was giggling, right? I guess not to hurt his feelings, maybe, or whatever. So I brought him to the back and I told his daddy, you need to talk to him. Because I said, you know what, this wouldn't go on if it was our daughter doing this. You know what I'm saying? Chasing behind a grown man, you know? Because I took that very, serious. But I couldn't really at the time be mad with the woman because she's bringing attention to it. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying?
Get them together.
So a few months later, it was time for me to host another one. And he was doing the same thing to the same woman. And she was a beautiful woman. But you know what she said? One comment. She said, boy, if you was just a couple years older. And from then, I didn't like the lady. Now, she never did. And I just stopped inviting her to parties and stuff, right? But me, him, and my husband had a big argument that night. Because I'm telling my husband, and he thought it was funny. He was like, oh, baby. And I had to keep insisting. So what if our daughter, when she turned 16, start chasing around a 28-year-old man asking for his number and stuff? He was like, I'm going to beat her and kill him.
Yeah, that's not right.
I'm not saying, and he was like, look how little that lady is. That lady barely 5 feet. This boy is over 6 feet tall. And I think this is where I get that. They think because the men are bigger that they can't overpower. But what they don't understand is that 28-year-old woman, thank God, I mean, she's a nice person, y'all. I'm not trying to defame her because she did nothing wrong. But what I'm saying is, at 28, you know the mind control they could play on a kid? Sure. The manipulation? These men only worry about the physical.
Yeah, but you make young boys turn out to be degenerates when you do that.
Yes.
To them. I know one, he was 9 years old. These girls was 30 years old. He just wild and
what?
Like he was 9 and they was 30. And he said, well, I didn't see nothing wrong with it. I said, no, them bitches should have went to jail. And he wound up wilding out, doing all kind of stuff. Now he got AIDS.
Well, y'all know how I feel about it, because it's like you've got the situations with little Boosie talking about his abuse and molestation, and that he's talking about taking his sons to the same sex worker to break them in. And then recently I was watching another content creator, and that person was talking about Lil Wayne and Birdman's relationship, and it went into a part of the video where it shows Lil Wayne basically talking about the fact that he was great at a specific age, and he's talking to a younger well, I think at the time the young man, the teenager, was a younger rapper, but I think he's in his 20s now, or maybe his 30s. But basically he was laughing, and there was, a whole heap of black men around him, and he's talking about how frightened he was, but at the same time he's laughing about it while rolling a spliff. And then he's saying that he's going to do him worse than Baby did him.
Yeah, so it's like the same thing going to get done to him that was done to him.
So it's like, this is what I mean when I say that degeneracy has been normalized, and men lead the culture in terms of normalizing that degeneracy and keeping the cycle going. Because the fact is, he could make a choice now as a grown man to get therapy, heal from that trauma, and not pass on the same thing that happened to him and plan to do worse to somebody else's child. How is that okay?
And that's why I have always said that, some men, they really don't care about boys or girls. And they prove with their actions, because a lot of them will tell these boys, oh, this is manhood, suck it up, and oh, don't like, this is a good thing, this is not a bad thing. And then you wonder why that they have dysfunctional relationships later on, and the dynamics between men and women and stuff like that, because you thinking that this is cool, like this little boy is being traumatized, this is this is not something that's supposed to be happening. But you got all his
and we don't know how that affects him later.
Right.
To me, it makes anybody too young who gets into that type of relationships, it makes them so much more promiscuous, y'all. It makes them unable to have long-lasting and fulfilling relationships. It is not right. It is not good for especially for girls and especially for boys. Yeah. I don't care which one it is.
And with him, he kept on saying, that's why I kept arguing with him. You said that every woman in there was touching on your dick. I was like, man, ain't no every woman in no club was touching on you. Stop it. That's why I said you was capping. If he would have led with, hey, I was 15 years old and I was molested, the conversation would have changed. He didn't lead with that. He come in there saying bitches and whores.
Yeah, but
these whores at the club.
He just wanted, like I said, he wanted to say that women are predators just like men. And nobody on the damn panel disagreed with him.
No.
But that was just his opportunity to try to bash black women as much as he possibly could. Mm-hmm. That's all it was.
And then while he was having a meltdown, there was a whole heap of stuff in his video that he negated. While he was having a meltdown in the back, we were trying to calm him down. But none of that came up in the back, and he confused.
Right, he kept on calling us hoes and shit. But we like, listen, calm down. I'm in the back, and I texted him. I said, wait a minute. When you came on a panel and you talked about why do some women who be at the club think it's okay to touch a man's genitals, I actually gave you examples from my opinion why they would do that, and I never made it as an excuse. I said that it was wrong. So your answer, you got the answer that you was, asking for, but you wanted somebody to vilify all women, because even when he was talking, it was like a generalization of all women. Like he could not stay on topic. Nope. He even changed the content to, what we was talking about with women having their particular time where they feel sexually harassed and assaulted. And then he made it about him and a victim and him and his victimhood.
Yeah. That's why I say every time we talk about something, women do it too. Women do it too. It's never a conversation where we just talk what we going through. Well, women do it too. That's the first thing he brought up. Well, women do it too.
I'm like, I'm sick of this. The white man does it too. Women do it too. This man does it too. Just because those other people do it too, as far as I'm concerned, it don't make it okay. No, it don't make it okay, no way, shape, or form. I don't care if it's Boo the white man. I don't care if it's black women. It doesn't make it okay. Simply point blank, period. But some of these guys fail to understand
let me say this
that.
Here. Yeah, exactly. Trinity Time Travel Show says, "Oh, y'all talking about that dude? Why even bother? He is an actual predator." Do you know who he is, Trinity?
I know who the dude is.
She must know. She said he is an actual predator. Wow.
And then the other part of
it. See, that's what I'm saying. They come into our spaces.
Anyway, I was wondering, why is this dude over here on Taz channel?
Well, if I remember correctly, Goat said the first time he'd seen him was he was going up against the Manosphere. And then when Goat had the conversation about this, the emotional dust mite, the 7 kids with 7 baby mamas, he said, well, this is what he said. He said he came across that stream. That's when he popped up and he started going off on the panel, getting at the men, saying, y'all need to turn up to court, y'all need to be there, y'all need to sign your birth certificates, we can find the moms are always there, where are you guys? And then he came back, what was it, a couple of days later, when the other panel was being held. But obviously, after he got triggered,
but if you ever realize about old dude, the dude that have 7 kids, he all capped. That dude is on the Fight channel now.
Oh, is
his
it?
name is the hypocrite, something.
House of Hypocrites.
Yeah. So he was trying to get on different channels. That dude is lying. And then the women that he got pregnant weren't even black women. So what the fuck? They was other races of women.
Well, I know he's been trying to get on for a hot second, because I've seen him talking about poverty, being polygamy, and all kinds of stuff on his page.
He was on what's his name? The lawyer. What's his name? What's that lawyer name?
Who? Diaz?
No, the lawyer, the
lead
one that wear the
attorney.
blue. Yeah, he was on lead attorney because lead attorney was talking about him. Said you need to listen to what he was saying. He was lying to me. He was all cap. He ain't got no 7 babies. He just knew that shit was gonna, make him blow up. He was trying to get up, blow up. So he be on the Fight Club cussing people out.
This is why I say that we gotta just stop talking to waterheads, because it's just a lucrative business right now. They do anything to go viral, and they get anything to get their name out there so they can position themselves to make more money. Everything is always hustling off of women. So like, just stop talking to them.
Yeah, listen to how he was saying that. Oh, when they got pregnant, I told them to take the morning after. If you're already pregnant, how the hell you gonna take a morning after pill?
Well, it's concerning to me how he was talking about being a youth worker, and then he's talking about quote unquote young bulls sleeping with older women. But really and truly, well, y'all would have to tell me, because obviously there's differences between, America and England and the way they do things. But usually when you're a youth worker, you have to report. So it's like, what are you doing about reporting these things?
He's not promoting, and that's why I stay quiet. I'm sorry to cut you off, Queen, but that's why I stay quiet, because I'm a mandated reporter. If you're sitting up there and you saying that these young, that some of your youth that you're a youth advocate for is sleeping with women that's older, and you supposed to be a mandated reporter yourself, and you're not reporting it, that's why I need to find out where the fuck he works at.
Well, look at the message that Trinity's just put in.
I did. I looked at that.
If she has his actual information or can give more detail.
Like, this is crazy. And this is what's so bad about some of our spaces, because you have like the worst walk of life that come around, and they come with the facade that they're community building, that they trying to solve issues and stuff, and all they're doing is just out here praying. They're trying to see which one is gullible. They're trying to get clout. They're trying to build up their business, build up their platforms and stuff like that by keep on spewing out these negative images and these negative stereotypes and narratives that they put out here amongst groups or even themselves. And you want me to believe that this is our leaders? You want me to believe that these are
they
our
know they can make
protectors
money
and our
off of black
providers?
women. I'm getting sick of this. They can make money off of black women. Even the women are now making money off of black women.
Yeah, absolutely. I see it too. A lot of women, but it's so funny. A lot of women have been always doing it, and I will say that is one thing that I can agree with some of these men, is that yes, women have been doing it too, making making money off of black women as well as black men. Like, a lot of people is following that fucking playbook, and we just have to be honest about it. And I'm all for women, but like, if you one of those type of women, I'm sorry, you're not my type of woman. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no problem drawing the line. You know what I'm
Is
saying?
she talking about the right dude? Because I know what's his name, Game Changer, had got
Yeah, I remember Game Changer. He did do that. He did do that to
girl.
another fellow YouTube content creator. That was years ago.
But the dude that was on the thing, his name wasn't Game Changer.
No, his name is
Recognized Game.
Yeah, Recognized Game.
Unless it's changed his name.
Changer. That's not Game Changer.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I know Game Changer, a YouTuber, and I guess she called the police on it. It was a whole big old thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it was circulating a lot. It was a big thing. I know he did. I know the police was involved. I don't know what happened after that situation, but it is well known about his actions online, and that's why, like, me knowing
and
that.
They tried to blame Taz, because when
Yeah,
Taz did the show
exactly.
about it, they tried to blame Taz. Well, now somebody else brought it to him. They the one who said it.
But see, even with that situation, Sharze, that's why when people say that this is only just YouTube shit, that I have like the biggest like roll in my eyes, because where there's so many fucking stories and actual proof that this degeneracy is happening online and offline in real life in real time, but they want to sit up here and just say, oh, this is just only like 1% of the people, and this is only just happening on YouTube just for entertainment. I just look at this as entertainment. Like, you got to be kidding me.
Hold on a second. MJ, is that who I think it is? In regards to what happened before?
You remember Game Changer, right?
Listen, my dyslexic brain. I know we've been around some shit in these YouTube streets.
Game Changer is part of the Manosphere, and he got that little old squeaky voice or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He have his picture had a chessboard with the.
He was a chessboard with the white and the red, the red pawn. I think the red. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
wait, Kira, who? Kira said I call BS. Who you call BS on, sis? Come hit the back check.
There's been that many situations over the last how long where
he the
young
one
women
who
in
bought the
different
woman
space.
a stove. He bought the woman the stove in Dominican. We call him stove changer.
Oh, he
bought her a stove.
Bro.
Vaguely.
Yeah, he bought a woman in Dominican a stove.
This is the thing, there's been not many different situations in different spaces with these emotional dust mites masking as one thing and then eventually, outed as something else that is just...
Who Kiara talking about?
I don't know.
Now, like this dude, I recognize Gang because I seen him he was on what's the name? Sister George and them panel. When they had that remember when Sister George at first bought that channel from what's his name? What's the dude name? No, she had bought that channel from dang, what's his name? Ramil. Remember he was on the channel when they had that show together when Jessica X was over there. It was Jessica X.
Okay.
Sister George and what's her name? The other lady, and he was over there on that panel with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. Apart from a few clips, I don't watch that side.
Yeah, I don't really watch the side, but I have seen, a lot of stuff have gone down and stuff. And when I go to review and research and stuff like that to get, actual factual data and records, then I see these things happening. And this is why, like we cannot no longer separate to see that these things that's happening on internet is purely entertainment. We can't do that anymore. Like that, like we cannot be delusional and try to act like this is not what's happening or these things are not taking place, offline. It is being taken place offline and it's infecting a lot of people's marriages, relationships, the dynamic that people deal with other people in their community. They're all taking a hit to what's going on here. I mean, we was in a certain, we was in a lockdown for a good long amount of time.
Yep.
All people was doing was just being online, and that was their source, their number one source of communication and interacting with others. So you cannot tell me that their minds have not been affected by certain things that they have learned on here that they never knew before. Cause shoot, like I wasn't never really on that like that on here before like that in these type of spaces out of 4 years ago. Before when I was on YouTube, I was like, go to my cooking shows or go to my beauty shows and other things like that. I wasn't in this algorithm. So all the stuff that I have I learned now is off of what
everywhere. Yeah. I've been on here since 2008, so I'll be everywhere. A lot of stuff like Big J be talking about it, I already know. But y'all don't know it. I don't even know why he bring it up when he do. Because y'all don't even know about it.
Yeah, some of them try to bring up things and I'm like, I wasn't around in that period of time. There's bits that I knew and bits that I didn't know, and I've always known that we've had an issue here. But like I've explained to MJ and Mule, it wasn't until the pandemic that I really realized that there was more issues in America than I was aware of. Like, you see things on paternity court and, all the other shows, Maury and all those kind of things, but I suppose in my head it wasn't the full representation of what was really going on, you know. Just looking at that as, you know, those things are going on, but that doesn't make up the majority of situations. But obviously, you know, got a rude awakening. Thank you, pandemic.
It definitely was.
But a lot of these dudes just come over here, they want to whine and cry. I ain't never seen so many dudes whine and cry all day long. Like, do y'all have anything else to do than to whine and cry about women? Relationship. I'm sick of hearing about relationship. You go on TikTok, relationship. Black women wearing weave. They insecure. All this crazy shit.
It's just ridiculous at this point.
See, that's why I be going off on them. I don't care. I'm going to cuss them out.
I'm just like, get your ass a job. Get your ass a job.
Get a job.
Get a job.
If you go to job sometimes, you wouldn't even be on here all day.
Get a motherfucking job and then get another job on top of that and take some extra shifts while you're at it.
I mean, they just come over here whining and crying, and every panel you get on, some dudes crying about black women. This black women, this. Okay, if you don't like black women, why do y'all keep talking about us? Leave us alone. Go to the Dominican. Go wherever you want to go. We don't care.
They
leave us out of it.
They obsessed.
Yeah, they're very much so.
Yeah, they have to. It's because of the simple fact that, you know, they really do. You know, they do really want you, but they just want you to do what they want you to do. And if you're, you know, and they're whining like children, you know what I'm saying, who can't get their way. It just is what it is.
Go over there and have them cheap whores that you mess with and leave us alone. We don't care. Y'all hollering about, we got bodies over here. Them women got a whole bunch of bodies.
Listen, they're sending up, what you call it? What I'm calling it now? Pum pum economics. Okay.
What was the hashtag again? Like, fucking up the economy of a different country. Don't come out there kissing, giving these bitches more money than you, you know, the same type of money that you would give a bitch in the U.S. You fucking up the economy, bruh. Sticking $20.
Oh yeah, I finally saw that. That was this.
They sold some damn simps. I swear to God, they are the biggest fucking simps in the whole
they want to call
world.
Everybody a simp, and y'all biggest simp. Y'all paying women or whatever. Come on, we trying to find the culture. We want to get married. I said none of these men are marrying these women because they keep bringing their ass back here, fucking with us.
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't trying to marry nobody. You ain't trying to marry nobody over here. You ain't trying to marry nobody over there, getting them women pregnant. They don't even know who y'all are.
They're just like spreading their ancestors all over the place. That's what they're good at. They've been doing it for generations.
Yeah, that's all they. They was broken. So that's what they keep doing. That's all they know.
How you paying? But like seriously though, like how are you paying for women that to show you attention, but then you have problems with sex workers?
Yeah,
like
for
I
some
don't
women
understand
to show you attention.
Compartmentalization for me.
Like, I mean, wouldn't you don't you pay sex workers? You know, don't you pay sex workers for their attention and time?
Exactly.
So if you're doing that with these same women, like,
because they
are
want
you
to
not
pay
seeing
on
the
the
correlation?
low. MJ, they want it for the low. They want it for $3.92.
Yeah,
so
I know
they don't want to pay over here, so they want to go over there for the low.
Because the sex workers over here got standards.
Yeah. They for the low.
A lot of it is ego, and you know, MJ, we've played that whole sideman all day and patriarchy and that subconscious war that goes on inside men, where it's like my ego and I've got to be able to brag against the other men. A lot of it is to do with the war inside themselves, not really women. It's about the competition between them for position of manhood and masculinity, and more so they want to be able to say, oh, I traveled and I got peace and I got piece of this girl. But it's more so because they look at women as resources and products that they can just use and abuse and utilize.
And they holler about weave her. We don't want women. Them women's over there wear wigs too. They wear the same stuff we wear.
And they wear
but it's okay for them to do it, but
makeup.
when we do it, it's a problem. But any other race can wear wigs, different color hair, do whatever. But when we do it, it's an issue.
It's about control and manipulation.
You can't control me. That's why
I said the
don't let them
same thing,
niggas control
I
Shirley.
wish
you.
you
Because
would
I
try.
like different colors of hair.
Me too.
I
do
like different
too.
colors of hair, even though I'm older, and I still go like from like my burgundy to my red to my black.
Forget all that.
But
We
when I
look
was
good in
younger,
other
honey, I
colors.
had blue,
Look,
I
I
had
wear
purple,
eyelashes with
I had
rhinestones
all
on them.
that
So
shit.
Say them colors, Mule. Say them colors. Because we look good in all them colors. The
I'm
fuck?
telling you, I don't want my hair blue, purple. Look, that's why. But you know what? I'm an artist, y'all, and I write poetry. So you know, it's just to me when you see people with those, I just look at them. Hey, they creative.
yeah.
Okay.
I
You
would
know,
love
I don't
to
look
those
at it
videos.
as ghetto or a negative. I don't never look at that as ghetto or negative.
No, you wear what you want to wear, and ain't nobody gonna tell me what I'm gonna wear. I don't care how old I am. I'm gonna wear what I want to wear till that casket drop.
Say that.
Nah.
I wear eyelashes with rhinestone, blue color eye, purple. It don't matter. Whatever I feel like I want to wear. What the fuck you gonna do? Nothing. Oh, you old, okay? And what's your point?
I'm so
I ain't
You
dead.
better hope you get to this age. Tell them,
Yeah, that's what I'm
Charlotte.
saying. I ain't dead.
Exactly. And you know what? Why can't women, why we not allowed to just have fun or just be ourselves?
Why can't we just be glamorous
I'm not
and be
saying the way
beautiful
I
and
wear
be...
my hair, you have to wear yours. I mean, what's the problem?
Facts.
They don't want us
I
being
got
attracted
natural
to
hair, but I was watching something on TikTok, right? This dude named Black Guru, right?
Oh
You know,
gosh.
I'm always going in there cussing them out. You dumbass, whatever. This woman talking about, he talking woman with real hair. Why this woman feeling all through her hair? Like, why is you prove to this nigga that you got real hair? He don't want you.
Shall I say that emotional dust might struck my channel? Okay.
Who? He did? The Black
Yeah.
Guru? Yeah.
Yes, that emotional dust might.
He
He
want to
struck my
be
channel.
another Kevin Sanders. Nigga, you ain't got it.
What is struck your channel for, Queen?
Because I recorded some footage. Plus, you remember when he had the conversation with the other black guy about the wife and saying that women work, they get tired, and he couldn't understand. We did a stream around it.
Oh yeah, well, okay, yeah. He the one who was saying, the guy was saying that his wife is no fit, is no she got a role and I got a role because sometimes she tired. We've been married. You talking dude when he talking about they was married so many years, and the dude said we do different. You know, sometimes I do this, sometimes I wash the dishes because she work. It ain't no role, and he was trying to tell his man, you ain't even married. How you gonna tell his man how to run his marriage? He been married 20-some years.
That's what I don't like about
shit. When I'm tired, when a mule is tired, Mr. Mule cook. Shit. that's just how it go, yeah. Look.
But he hollering about Rose. When Rose, y'all was listening to dumbass dead ass.
The role is
his dead ass.
The role is, I don't care if you stop and pick up something. As long as we eat, we good. I ain't never heard no man tell nobody that you gotta be submissive, or we got all these roles, and this your position, and I ain't never heard all of this shit in my life.
No, that's why I said Kevin Sanders started that bullshit with these dudes. He dead now, and they still running on with that same narrative.
The man is the leader. I had to ask my husband, is you my leader? We had a huge argument.
I thought you was my
am I submissive?
Ain't nobody.
That sucker told me why you want to be.
The Most
High. Just answer the question.
The Most High, the one who can.
He gonna ask me, am I submissive to you? I'm like, that's not the damn question. Shit. Where they get this submissive from and all of this here?
Because they can't control the other man, so they want to control the woman. Because they know she the weakest vessel, so they can control her, but they won't control the man that's really giving them problems. They don't want to talk about that.
And then on top of it, because like literally over the last few days with the other channel being taken down, I've been trying to like put my content back together. So I've been doing research into submission and stuff like that. Not the dominatrix type one, but basically submission is a trauma fear response. And it's not a healthy one either. So it's like a lot of these women that we see abroad that are quote unquote submissive, they're living under a certain type of standard where it's very fear based. You've got the flight what do you call it? The fear, the flight, the fright mentality.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are living under that based on their circumstances and living in survival instinct and based on the way that they've been raised. Do you get what I mean? So a lot of the women that are like that in certain countries, it's out of trauma, it's out of circumstance. It's not a I do get there's women out there that like to be quote unquote submissive, and there's other elements to it, but a lot of the other women that these men are talking about, it's not based on something that's really and truly fruitful for a relationship, especially if you're dealing with somebody that's being submissive due to a trauma response. That's not healthy, but they will rather lap that kind of toxicity up as it benefits them.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been survival mode. Like I think I even talked about it one time. Like, you know, most of these women who you know basically cater to these men's wills, even though it's no benefit to them, it doesn't help their family dynamics, it doesn't help the foundation that they're trying to, you know, have for their children, anything. Most of them are in survival mode. They're in a constant state of fear of or having without or getting something taken away from them, and that's why it's a psychological, you know, attack. You know what I'm saying? Like, these women are not allowed to think of their lives in abundance, and definitely would not without this person providing anything to them. So for them, even them getting one day where this man is treating them nice and not cursing them out and popping them in their mouth and shit like that for insignificant things, they think, oh well, I must have had done something good today because I didn't get abused today. You know what I'm saying? And they feel that now they're earning their way into not being abused. That's a psychological abuse that a lot of women don't even realize that they're going through.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Mule, I had a little bit of pushback about what you were saying earlier in regards to shotgun weddings, or shotgun marriages, because I understand that obviously back then, obviously I wasn't alive, but a lot of those things kind of took place. At the same time, although some of the men were holding them accountable in terms of marrying the girls or young women that they had impregnated, at the same time, some of those guys were predators. Some of those guys were pedophiles. And the community allowed those kind of grotesque men to, marry their daughters and those kind of things. At the same time, that didn't always mean just because you went through a shotgun wedding or married earlier that you weren't a victim of abuse, a victim of domestic violence and all the other stuff, because I've heard time and time again different stories where girls, being impregnated at 13, 14, 15, 16, having to be married after their predator, that man becoming their husband, and the abuse that they've suffered through the years and the kind of grooming in psychologically that they've been through, and still having to create more children with that same degenerate. So, and that depends
but I wasn't talking about that aspect of it. I was talking about, boyfriend girlfriend relationships, and these people be together 5 and all these years, and then the minute the girl pop up pregnant, the guy is not, they only want to hold the girl, responsible. And back in the day, they would be knowing these people been courting, they've been knowing these people together and thinking that a marriage was gonna insist. And once that girl got pregnant, you came back out, they would have a shotgun wedding for you. That's the aspect I was coming from.
No,
I wasn't
don't get me
coming
wrong.
from no pedophile or no. I'm talking about people that were known to be courting. The families were, liking the courtship. And then the girl come up pregnant, and then the guy would try to run off to the big city or something. No, that dad would go track him down.
No, don't get me wrong.
Because my grandmother told me a story of her sister got pregnant, and that's how her husband wound up marrying my aunt's husband, my uncle. They had to go to Chicago, honey, and bring him back to Louisiana and to marry her. And guess what? They never got divorced. He married her, and I don't know if he was a good husband. The story was he said he was young and got scared. He didn't want his parents to know what he did because he could, I guess he got scared and tried to run off. But they went and got him.
No, don't get me wrong. I do
But
get that that's
saying,
where you were coming from. At the same
I
time,
only
the
brought
element of
that
it.
up because they always bring up like all the responsibility is on the freaking girl or the woman. My thing is, women and girls do not get pregnant by their damn self. And it's always saying that, oh, the women never have to be held accountable. Let me tell you, from the day she pregnant, having to deal with that life, that baby growing in her belly, from the day she gives birth, she is responsible all of that time. She's responsible the whole rest of the life of that child. That's the most bullshit when they say the woman never get held responsible for her actions. She's taking responsibility if she's raising that child. So this is something, just another myth. What I'm saying is these guys can run off. There's nobody tracking them down and saying, oh no. It's just like a friend of mine. She was with a guy 4 years. They had a beautiful relationship, I thought. She got pregnant. They were engaged, y'all. She got pregnant right before their little wedding thing. And guess what? He started sleeping with another woman. And of course, she ended it because he got caught cheating. But I think he did that on purpose so he wouldn't marry her.
Yeah, some of the guys do that. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense to me. It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to me. It's just like, if you don't want to be in the relationship, just say you don't want to be in the relationship, but you'd rather go to the lengths of sleeping with somebody to get caught or going on Jerry Springer or Maury or some dumb shit. It's just like,
yeah, but today it's all the single mother fault. It's not the single mother fault to me, because the single mother stays. It's just like I use that analogy, and with me and my husband, we have to carry a sofa into the house. I have my end, he got his end. Halfway through the door frame, he drops his in and walks off. Right? Just ups and leaves. I still got to manipulate this huge sofa all the way to another room, banging up the door frames, scraping up the walls to get it into the room that it needs to be in, right? And then when you come around, you say, wow, who banged up this door? Who scraped up these walls? This, that, and the other. Look all the mess you made just to get the sofa where it's at. But you'll never say, what the other person who dropped the in? You only gonna blame the person who stayed with the sofa, who drug it in, who didn't leave it blocking the doorway. I mean, this shit is just crazy to me.
most
I mean, I'm not in favor of no shotgun marriages. Maybe I'm just using things to say they had things trying to make men be men, and none of that stuff worked. But what I will say is I have the most highest respect for women who try to do the best they can with their kids and stick it through and raise their kids, because it's not easy. And anything you ever hear me say about shotgun marriages or anything trying to put a man being held to account, that is not me trying to say anything about incest or nothing like that ever.
No, I completely understood what you were talking about. That's why I said to you, I got a little bit of pushback. Because sometimes that element of things gets forgotten in everything that's going on, and some of those relationships were quite unhealthy. You know what I mean? We've seen too many times these grandfathers talking about how they put their hands on their wives and beat their women up and telling their granddaughters to shut up and listen to their husbands. At this point, that it's not something that should be ignored. Do you get what I'm saying? In terms of those elements of toxicity.
I'm sorry, but you sign your own death. You sign your own death certificate if you even have the inkling that you could come at me fucking crazy the way how these men be coming crazy at women, like you like, oh, you want it wet. You want that death. You want that signature wet, don't you? Okay, because I do not
No, you
play.
want to
I
be
don't play
dead in the
around with shit
ground.
like that.
You want to really touch some. You really want to touch some dirt. You really want to feel
Exactly.
that
Like
cold.
seriously,
You
like
want
I'm
to feel
telling
it. I'm
you.
help you out.
You will touch dirt before that ink dries with me. Like, I'm not playing. Like, there's no way. And I'm not saying it's just like, just for cap. I'm saying it because I'm a person who don't who don't disrespect people just off a G. You know what I'm saying? Like, I respect people because I want to be a decent human being, and I think that everybody should have a certain level of respect as a decent human being until you show me otherwise. So like, if I'm coming at you crazy, most of the time I'm coming at you crazy because you kind of deserved it. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's what I was saying like earlier, like, why the discussions when it comes down to dating and mating and everything like that, and the dynamics between men and women, why the conversation never leads to just being a decent human being and treating someone as a decent human being? Why is that never the foundation that we start on? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then you build on different attributes that a man would have and different attributes that women would have, and you add on to that. But the foundation is be a decent human being first.
Facts. That's a damn good question. Why is that never the start? Because that's what I've been asking.
They don't
Like,
want
can we
to.
start with being a decent human being first? Because that's something everybody should be doing. That's not gender specific.
They don't want to. They want to be delinquent and they want to be degenerates.
That's what I say. I say it's because they don't want to.
Right. And then another thing too, if I say like this, if it's all women's fault, right? Like, because they always put the narrative that everything is women's fault, especially if it's when it comes down to black women, it's all black women fault, everything's black women fault. So if we're at fault and we supposed to take accountability and everything is on our shoulders, then you should have no problems and no pushback for the decisions that we make going forward. So when women say that they're not fucking bringing your ass in this earth anymore, they're gonna take a different route. They rather be celibate. They rather drag their coochie on fucking hot coals before they even fucking touch you. You should have no problem with it because you said that it's their responsibility. There should not be no pushback.
Exactly. If a woman says she wants a ring before she sleeps with you, there should be no pushback.
No pushback. Because you can't be continue to talk out of both sides of your ends. You can't say, oh, well, I want you to take full responsibility, but then yet I want you to be compromising on decisions that we make. But you're gonna take the full responsibility. No, hell no, you got me all the way fucked up. So if women is gonna be responsible and gonna take all accountability for all the mistakes and things that's happening in this world, do not say anything with what they decide. You do not become a decision making factor because you done made yourself expendable. You done said that you are not needed for these decisions to happen or to occur. So don't complain.
Facts.
Who is this? On my mama, a nigga was hella stranded, crying bum.
Oh, talk about old dude from the J Rillo.
Is that who that is?
No, that's what's the name that's from Taz channel. She was reading her name.
Oh yeah, but that's who she talking about. J Rillo. Oh, he always say on my mama. On my mama.
Yeah. Is that Renee?
A nigga was
That is Renee. I knew it was
That is
Renee.
Renee. I'm about to say that is Renee.
Girl, Renee with them names. I told her she'd be killing me, girl.
She killing me.
She be having me dying. I be having to like double guess. Like, dang, is that Renee? I don't want to make a mistake and say somebody else because there's a lot of them in our chats that be having these crazy ass names, like Kevin Deader than a motherfucker and all shit.
This is Kevin's ghost or some shit like this. Someone was like,
Kevin's ghost.
Still twerking on Kevin's grave. I was like, what the fuck?
You know, like Crip walking on Kevin's grave. Like, I be seeing some crazy things. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. But yeah, like seriously, there shouldn't be any pushback. And this is why I say you don't want to be, this is why I say they don't want to really be leaders. They don't want to be leaders. They want to be figureheads. Because a figurehead don't really have any power. They also don't really take any responsibility. But they're just a show of strength. They're just a show of force. but they don't really have any involvement. They always have a team behind them that's actually making the moves. And this is what they want. That's why they don't want to take any form of responsibility. So if that's the case, you said you said that you're expendable. You said that you're not needed. You said that it's our fault. You're not taking responsibility for shit. Then when all the decision making starts to play out, do not complain. Sit back, shut the fuck up, and enjoy the ride.
And when shit gets right, it don't be patting yourself on the back neither, because you didn't do shit.
They've been saying this is stuff. I'm telling you, you have to be careful what you ask for. I say, listen, I have my own birth children who be telling me they don't ever want kids. Yeah.
Oh, Mule, they messed that up the minute they started being stupid and tell women to close their legs. Like, yeah, you was dumb for saying that shit.
You so unvaluable. Listen, I wouldn't advise for no young lady to have a baby. Seriously. Because you're gonna, what it say, lower your sexual values. It lowers this on you. And to me, that means she healthy, she fertile. But for them, that means she lowered her value. Girl, look, the way these people talk against children, I wouldn't want you to have a baby with one of them anyway. So to tell you the truth,
you shouldn't. Why should you have? Listen, these men are sitting up here saying that everything that they touch turn to shit. They're saying it without saying it. They're saying that anything that they touch, they get their hands on, they devalue, and anything that comes from their seeds is not worthy. Is low hanging fruit. So me not being emotional and logical behind it. If you're saying that you ain't shit and then anything that come out your penis ain't gonna be an ain't shit motherfucker too, why would I deal with you?
Right.
You're telling me to not deal with you.
Right.
And how they all say that they curse. And a woman womb curse, a black woman. Well, if my womb is cursed, well, I don't need to let nothing come out.
Why would I want to bring your cursed baby in the world then? My womb is cursed and you already cursed. The hell?
Yeah, but then also that begs the difference
and
too.
My thing is they never offer any practical solutions like, hey guys, I think we all should step back, start talking to each other more respectful, get us a respectful community, dialogue, start teaching men how to build things, how to fix cars, how to, cut lawns, and how to just do little simple manly things. And also while teaching them to work and be more high achievers. And we're going to try to teach the women how to be a little more sweeter to the guys and teach them this here on the woman's end. And just whatever women they might feel like they might, and then say, but above all, we're going to be very respectful to each other. You don't even have to like that person. You could think that person ugly, but you just be respectful to them. Why we can't start with small solutions?
Like we have those solutions, but the thing about it is, there's people like Kira says, they don't want to do it, and then on top of that, there's not enough. They are not the biggest voice. And like let's be honest, the negative is the biggest voice. The positive people who do try to do those things, they get hit on both sides. You know what I'm saying? They get hit on both sides. They get attacked the most. They the ones that people trying to destroy their platforms and dox them and get them arrested and say lies on them and slander and stuff like that. The ones who are really trying to just to bridge that gap. They no, because nobody wants to really do it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody rather just complain and argue and be mad and just who's right and who's wrong. But one thing for sure, I do believe that there is a reason why there is women's spaces and there is a reason why there is male spaces. And I don't think that men should be checking women on fucking shit. And I don't think that women should be checking men on shit either. When we want to have discussions on certain things that is going to, both of us going to have to be, on point with it, we can have those particular type of conversations. But really, women folk need to be dealing with women folk, and man folk needs to be dealing with man folk, because their problems and issues that they're going to have to deal with as being a man is going to be completely different than what women experience as being a woman. So we can't we can't literally blind those type of lines. We walk on the same road, but we don't have the same path. And we got to be realistic about this. You know what I'm saying? Because how many times we have had these conversations where we try to blur the line between what women need to be doing, what men need to be doing, and somebody always get the short end of the stick, because now you're only focused on making sure that this particular group is benefiting, and the other one get asked out, or the other one has to take a sideburn, or have to wait a certain period of time for their issues to be addressed. And then what happens? Those issues never get addressed. So that's why you need to be focused on, making sure that you do what you need to do for you. Women need to look out for women. Men need to look out for men. And then with the issues that we need to address together, that's going to actually take both of us to basically solve it, we handle those discussions.
That I agree with 100%. Now that you put it all together, yeah. All three of those elements going together, and now see that will work. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. We need to be separate stuff, but also need to be inclusive and stuff where it crosses section. Go ahead.
You guys are very highly respectful women. You know what I'm saying? The problem is, I don't feel like it's a whole lot on the other side that's respectful to women. And that's my thing. We can start with small things. I'm 60% respectful woman, right? But you make me mad. Look, I respect everybody until you lose my respect. So that's just how it go with me.
Absolutely. And I agree. I agree that it does.
No, but MJ, not you. You really don't do that. You don't. You hold your respect.
I try to. I really do try.
I try to too.
No, you do.
Sometimes they get on my nerves because it's too much lying in my ears to be going through. I'm like, stop lying. Like, that's not true. That's what be getting on my nerves.
Yeah, but you might say stop lying, Kira, but you don't just fly off the wall and
no, I don't.
Tequila either. I don't fly off the wall. And I'm just saying, it's so many women I admire on these shows that really just don't, it's not ignorant, who just are out here just going bashing like that. Not trying to put myself down, because I know I will, but I am usually, like, in my real life, I'm really a chill, sweet person, normally. But online, I ain't gonna lie to you. Sometimes these men have me just aggravated.
Kira, why was a Big J waiting for you the other morning or night? I can't remember. I think morning. Kira.
Oh, your guess is as good as mine, because I don't know.
Because he was saying, I'm waiting for not for everyone to come up.
Man, he gonna.
I think
he gonna be mad at somebody.
I had in the chat, and I think one of his moderators said
he was doing a beef show. He was doing a beef show. What was that lady, Tam, that came up there?
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to. Mm-hmm. He was calling himself checking people. Kira, I was waiting to see if you went up there.
Yeah, because he said, I'm waiting for, I put this link for something for, not for everyone to come up there. And I'm saying, what happened with him and Kira?
Nothing that I know of. I said a comment in the chat, and I think like one of his moderators thought that I wanted to talk, and they sent a link for me. I think that's how that happened.
Oh, okay.
Who is Tam?
Tam is the lawyer. She's over there off of Peso channel. She got her own channel. She a lawyer.
What's the name of her channel?
It's her name, Tam
2.0. Tam 2.0.
Tam. Okay. Because I like the way she was trying to calm him down.
Oh, yeah.
She was like, Big J.
Well, like I said, she's a lawyer,
you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the way she just talks.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people just got that type of voice, that soothing voice that just makes people more relaxed or don't feel like they're being attacked or threatened at every chance that somebody says something to them. You know, I have a thing that, words, words do trigger people. Certain words do trigger people. We all have them. It is what it is. But yeah, some people have that gift. I, on the other hand, do not.
Me.
I sure don't.
And she
I'm a prickly pear.
Like she a lawyer, so she want the evidence before she actually just,
she
says
doesn't care.
something.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
So
Sheree.
she want the evidence, like, well, who said it? Did you got proof? Because I'm not gonna say this if I don't know.
Right.
That's her being a lawyer, so she's gonna be like that. I need the proof of the burden.
Right.
You just can't tell me anything.
Yeah, that's like she's learning to that, because individuals like that, they know how to set their emotions aside or wait before they actually give their opinion by getting the actual information first that they need to get to put things together. And when we have certain discussions, it's hard to not put your emotions in it. You know what I'm saying? Especially something that's personal, something that affected somebody that you might have known, because we all use a lot of anecdotal evidence when we have these discussions that are very personal to us. We just have to get to the point where we have to remove ourselves from these situations, and that's when we're going to actually get to fixing things, right? We have to remove that, like, let's not make our emotions be the biggest part of why things need to be fixed. Let it be, this needs to be fixed because of the outcome that we want to see.
These dudes trigger me because I've been on here so long and they've been saying shit for the longest. And just like they used to just come up there and a woman said, if she even said hi, they start cussing her out. She ain't even got to say nothing wrong. Just come in there and say, how y'all doing? And, they just start cussing you out.
Because everybody is a replica of the little girl in school he gave a flower to, and she didn't want to be his Valentine's. And now every woman in the world has to suffer.
Yeah, have to suffer. And that's
more like it's a replica of every woman they couldn't tell off. So now they're doing it online. Oh, weirdos.
Yep. That's why I'll be going off on them. I'm gonna do the fuck it up challenge. I'm like old boy on what's that movie? Dang, what's the name of that movie? The dude from Outcast was in it with John Travolta. What's the name of that movie? You know what?
Are you talking about Pulp Fiction?
Not Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, because Pulp Fiction was Samuel Jackson.
What's the name was in there? What's the girl name? The Spanish girl. She was in the movie with him. She was the singer.
Jennifer Lopez?
Not Jennifer, the young girl. That was in Love Can't Cost a Thing. Love Don't Cost a Thing. What's her name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Her name is on
Christina Milian.
I was about to say Christina
Milian. Yeah, there you go.
Be Cool. The movie's called Be Cool. I'm like,
Be
boy
Cool,
from Outcast. Don't give me the gun because I might shoot. So you don't let me up here because I might laugh to say anything. Shoot, just don't let me up here because these niggas get on my nerves because they come up there talking slick. And then they want to, they always got something to say about a woman, or these younger women, they want to blame them for feminists when they weren't even born. They want to blame them. Oh, you took the father out the house. Well, they weren't even born. So how they going to take somebody out the house? That's why I go off on them.
That's why I said they're just a bundle of emotions. Unresolved emotions.
Yeah,
and
we supposed to be
need therapy.
But ain't women supposed to be emotional? But they more emotional than we are. We supposed to be emotional. They holler they logic. No, you're not.
No, you're not. Not coming up here crying about something in your yesteryears while the rest of us are trying to have a simple conversation.
I didn't
no,
get
you
to
ain't
go
logical.
To the prom with the girl that I want to go with. Now you mad at every woman. And then a lot of these dudes are mad at their mamas. So they want to come up here and treat every woman. I'm not your mama.
Right.
Like you up here, that dude up there calling all us bitches and hoes. Yeah, your mama won. She had you. So since we old, you was living with one. Shit. I'm like Mule told David Jones that time. You know a bitch because you was living with one.
Yeah, I think that when you said that to that dude on the panel, Sharze, you hurt his feelings. It was funny though.
Yeah,
He was like, bitch, you like, your mama's a bitch. Fuck
Mm-hmm.
you.
And they were like,
Had me
Sharze. I was
dying
like,
laughing.
yeah, well, that's what the fuck he get. I'm like, you should have went on that panel with Sharze up there.
Like
Yeah,
I
she gonna
said,
let
it
you
don't
have
matter
it.
because you called me a bitch don't hurt me. I'm not finna clamp up. I'm not
Exactly.
none of that.
Exactly. I don't give a shit about what you said, but you have to never
the
take it
wrong
there. Shit,
woman
I'm
for
gonna
that
take it there
job.
too.
I'm
What
not
you
gonna
got?
do it. I'm
Shoot,
finna
let's
go
see.
back and forth with you.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go back and forth on this. Let's go. Shoot.
Yeah, let's get it.
So
Let's go.
say
You
you
know my
remember
word.
that shit with David Johnson?
Yeah, when you say you must live with a bunch of
No,
call
look what he told me, y'all. He said, "Yeah, I got 3 bitches I'm married to."
Yeah.
I said, "You married 3 bitches? 1, 2, 3?" So I said, "Well, what make you want to marry 3 bitches?" He started trying to ignore me, right? He was like, "Fuck you, fuck you." So then he said, "Yeah, because my mom was." I said, "And your mom was a bitch too?"
And then she was like, wait. So you come from a lot of bitches? Wait.
He said somebody's grandma being a bitch. I said, "Wait, you mean to tell me you come from a whole line of bitches?" That nigga was mad with me, girl. He called me all kind of bitches.
Yeah, they get mad because they want a woman to clamp down to them and all that. I ain't that woman. I'm not that docile woman that you want, that you think they're gonna say, okay, now I'm gonna go back and forth with you because you ain't my man, you ain't my brother,
And then
you
he
ain't
was
my
up there
son,
trying to
And
tell
then
I
it
ain't
seems
gotta
like it
respect
hurts
you.
our feelings. Like we've been doing this since elementary school.
Yeah.
Like shut
I ain't
up.
gotta respect you, and they want you to respect them. I don't even know you. You an internet nigga.
Exactly.
Y'all always talking about jumping on somebody. I say y'all don't even know nobody. I always talking about you gonna fly out and do this. You gonna do
And
this.
then they
You
tried
gonna
to
come.
turn the subject saying, "Bomb let you get cursed out." I said I was co-host. I could have been clicked his ass off.
Bomb didn't let you do nothing.
I'm
I
happy I
showed this
got
the
him
same
to
thing too.
admit.
Like she got co-hosts. We all could have kicked them out.
We
Look,
all
talk about
can
it.
handle. We can all handle them men. Cause like I said, bitches, you can call me 100 bitches. And you
Girl, I got
nigga,
him
you
to
gay, and
admit
that's
that
what
he
I'm gonna
come
say to
from
you.
a
And
whole
I
nigga,
didn't
you
want to
line
hear
of
his
bitches.
voice, but I clicked right back in when you said that. Oh, so you have 3 bitches? I said, what?
You come from a whole line of bitches.
You come from a whole lot of
that's why I
bitches,
say
huh?
these dudes have mama problems, and they want to take it out on every woman. They hate their mama. I hate that you hate your mama. My sons don't hate me, so I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. But you can't take it out on every woman because your mama did what your mama did to you. That's not our fault. So they come up there with that. They hate their mama. So all these women, I ain't like your mama. Your mama probably was a whore. I'm not a whore, so I don't know.
And I raised my damn kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, I don't know what you talking about. Y'all come up here hollering at us like because you mad at
And
your
I don't
mama.
hate my mama, so I don't know what the fuck is your problem. I mean, what the fuck is their problem? I don't hate my mama.
I mean, we agree
He
that all
told us what
women,
his
we got some
problem was.
bad women. We
From
can
a
all
line
agree
of
to
Sure
that.
do. Got some terrible ones that need
We
to
got
get
some
dealt with
terrible
ASAP.
mama.
They need to feel some dirt too.
Yeah, we can say all that. But then we got some good men, we got some bad men. I'm not gonna say every man is bad.
Hell no. But guess what?
Nah.
I got him to admit he came from a whole line of bitches.
I know, boy.
I
That
said,
was
"Well,
funny.
sir,
Cause
I don't blame."
David think he be talking. He think he just the smartest. Whatever you going by
Wait,
that
so I
Bible,
said,
you ain't
remember
even
he kept
halfway
saying,
there.
"That's why I'm cooking your ass." Oh, I'm
Yeah.
cooking you. I'm cooking
Checkmate.
you.
I'm fucking you up. I'm fucking you
I'm
up.
fucking you up. I'm fucking you up. He went over there on
Sounding
a
like a
mirror.
whole clown.
He went over there on Mirror's channel. That was last week over there on the Mirror's channel. Mirror had to keep putting him in the back. He said, "You ain't gonna keep on doing this." Cause he'll come up there like he's so smart. You know the Bible, nigga. You don't even live by the Bible. Then I said they was asking. He got 3 wives. I said he don't take care of them women. Them women's got jobs.
Them
Okay,
women truck. What he said?
them
Truck
women's work.
driver.
Yeah,
Them women got hard jobs.
Ain't even at home. Damn.
yeah. I said they all don't even live in the same house, and I said he don't even take care of them. Women's got jobs.
And then he
I
say
thought
he
in the
can't.
Bible they took
He
care of their
can't live
women.
with no woman. He can't
Yeah,
never live
but
with a
I
woman.
thought they took care of their women's in the Bible. All them women didn't work. They took care of them. He
No,
don't
them
take
women
care of them
take
They
women.
care of
sure
him.
did. They didn't have jobs.
They didn't have jobs. So the women, the men that had the hair, the women and all that, they took care of
They
each
could
one of
provide
them
for
women.
those women happily, all of them,
I
and
think
had no problem.
I think when they be saying that when they say that they take care of these women that be working really hard and having these jobs and stuff like that. They're saying that, oh, I take care of them in the sex department. That's what they're talking about. Because obviously they're not talking about anything else. So like, yeah, I take care of them. I
They
give
don't
them
know that.
I give them community team.
Oh no, y'all don't know what that means? That means she's supposed to get up. See, I gotta teach her how to be good women. Hold on, I gotta put my Manosphere hat back on.
Oh hell no! Take it off.
No, seriously,
We
this
was
is what
having
they
such
taught
a
me
nice
one day.
convo.
I was taught this by one of the greats.
You gotta burn that shit.
Even though
somebody get your cap. Where your husband at?
Even though she go out and work, it's your money. She's supposed to come in because the woman you don't have the sense to know how to save and pay bills and do things. So you need to have a man over your finances. See?
I wish I would.
Y'all lucky y'all talk to me today, huh?
I wish I would have a man over my finance. Hey, that's why we can have our own paychecks. We can have our own bank accounts. We don't need to give it to no man.
That is that man. That is pimping.
Yeah, I wish it was.
Yeah, that's called separate. But equal.
Man, if you don't go ahead and take off that funky ass, degenerate ass hat and put it in the goddamn fucking fire.
Where's your fireplace? Put it in the fireplace. I told you about that shit, mule.
Until I done got a bone surgery, y'all gonna give this nigga my money?
Tell her, MJ.
You gotta make that money and turn it over.
If you don't touch that goddamn hat in one of them
got somebody so upset.
and put some
Queen then
gas
came
on
back up
that
here.
bitch.
Wait, y'all. I love
Queen
Cynthia
heard
G.
your nonsense and had to come back up here.
I told Cynthia G I want to come on her show, and I want to be the antagonist. And she said, "Why would you want to do that?" I said, "Just to see what they gonna call me." She said, "Well, you know it ain't gonna be one good word." So she said the next time she have
because you said that they be trying to time you out in Nyla and Taz them channel, right?
Yeah, but she's promised me the next time she do an open thing, she gonna give me grace. I said, well, I'm gonna have to have me a whole good sucker speech.
You gonna get your ass kicked off. That they're gonna block your ass, mule. Like me and Queen ain't gonna be able to come in and be like, yeah, she just trolling y'all. She just trolling. Don't block her.
Yeah, see, if anybody know, we know you be trolling, but the other people don't know you be trolling. If you ain't got no wrench, they ain't finna hit you.
No, she said she gonna let me on the panel. The next time she do one, I said, okay.
So that don't mean nothing. The minute they see your name on that panel, if they ever see you in that chat,
they see your name on that panel, they gonna
they gonna get you.
I'm going under Lima B, baby. So beware.
They gonna be like, oh hell, million, oh hell no.
Watch them ever find your voice. Them people is slick over there at Sinji. They gonna get you, okay?
I'm gonna say the problem with you women's is
oh Lord.
I gotta think a whole lot of shit wrong with NG. The problem with you, Cynthia G.
You know Cynthia G don't care.
I gotta troll her as one good time. I'll be happy. I want to troll her and Nyla.
You bugged out.
Girl, that shit would be so hilarious.
They gonna straight block you, and I'm gonna just be like, she was just joking. She's just joking.
The problem, Nyla, did you get your husband Taz's permission? Did he sign a paper, a form, or something? I know that you should be on this internet talking.
Oh Lord.
Hey, did y'all see that movie with Chloe Bailey in it, where everybody's talking about?
Oh, the Swarm.
Oh, praise this.
Huh?
No, Swarm.
Yeah, the Swarm, where she did that sex scene.
She did the sex scene with the Idris dude.
I didn't even know it was her until she, till she popped up in the movie.
No, but the funny thing about it is that I knew that she was going to be in that series because it's an actual series, right?
Yeah.
So her first episode was number 1 of Swarm, right? It was the first one, and within 2 minutes of the show starting, it's her getting back shots and she, you know, you can see her butt, you can see everything like that, and it's actually real, like they make it real, like, you know, butt shots and stuff. And a lot of people is upset about that because they're like, you know, why would you take that type of role and stuff like that? Why didn't you have a stunt double? Why would you play the role yourself?
Well, do they know
and at
it was
first she could
her?
have.
Was it her or was it a stunt double?
It was her because she had an interview and she said that the guy Idris made her feel real comfortable during that scene. So a lot of people feel a kind of way about it, especially women. They're saying that, you know, that's not a good look for her. She's going too far and stuff like that.
You don't
But
know who she is. Corey and her sister was the mermaid, the black mermaid that they was.
Haley's sister.
The two. I like them.
Haley and Chloe. Chloe is the one that she more sexual of a person than her sister. Her sister real quiet.
But are they grown?
Yeah, they grown.
Oh, okay. I just was
she did that scene, and now everybody's just like making a big deal. Like, get over it.
You know what it is? It's just like I get like when you go down to Hollywood, like Hollywood in general, when it came down to black female artists and you know, artists or actresses, they always, when they started out their career to be successful in Hollywood, they always had to play these certain type of stereotypes and stigmas, right? If she's not getting her ass whooped, or if she's not having, you know, she's not having sex or things of that sort, you know, like pretty much like their
like the
careers
black
doesn't boost up
movie.
as fast as everyone else does, right? And it's like I said, it's everybody just wants to police black women.
Yeah.
Everybody want to police black women and act like other women of other races don't do these things. Like, how many other movies that we can pinpoint where there is a sex scene and we don't have anybody fucking calling these women out saying that, oh, why are you making us look that way? They know how to
they were saying,
single out
but
people.
I think they do
They
that.
were saying it was soft porn. It was more like,
I think they do that to all of them though, especially all of the Disney girls, because they did it to Miley Cyrus. They did it to Britney Spears.
Well, see, with Miley Cyrus was different. Miley Cyrus was literally up there doing some demonic shit and then blaming it on weed and hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what she did. Like, when she went on that whole twerking thing and she was having shows where she had a strap on and doing demonic crap and stuff like that, when everybody in her community was like, yo, you wilding out, she was like, oh, it's marijuana and hip hop that made me do that. And then that's when she wanted to change her image and go back to being some sweet country girl. So a lot of people gave her pushback because, like, don't blame you know, don't blame another community for you wanting to be out there to do what you do. Be an adult and admit that you was out there just being reckless because you wanted to be reckless. With Chloe is different. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's playing a role. The if you understood the series and what they were talking about in that series and how it's supposed to be, there was a reason behind it, but it's always like the policing of black women's bodies from every and anybody else. And we act like other women of other races don't participate in these shows, don't participate in these photo shoots that are very scandalous or promiscuous or no clothes on and things of that sort. Like, I mean, like, Halle Berry.
Halle Berry
got a lot of shit.
And
you know, she got a lot of shit when she did that sex scene, you know, in Monster Ball. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always just a policing of black women, of anybody who's like a woman of color.
I want you to make me feel real good.
I just think that the real pushback with Chloe is that a lot of people, you know, they had their own idea of what type of roles she's supposed to be playing and stuff like that, and also knowing how, you know, people are always quick to put the Jezebel narrative on black women. That's why a lot of women, you know, had something to say about it. But if you think about it and you talk about it in context,
but
she's really not doing nothing different than what Hollywood has allowed to happen.
Half of these niggas don't know what Jezebel was. Jezebel is what they calling black woman. That ain't Jezebel. The Jezebel was with her down with her man. She had a man. He wanted that land or whatever he wanted there, and she told him to go ahead and get it. So they call us Jezebel. They don't know what all these words they said. They don't know what it means. They don't know what simp means, because they are the main simps that they call everybody else. Like they get mad at Sierra about that dress that she wore. She didn't wear that to the Oscar.
That was the
It was an after party.
Yeah, it was a thing called Barely There. And she wasn't the only one. Some white woman, she had her whole breast out. She just had a piece of white, like, cloth over it. I'm like,
it, with her husband. I said, well, her husband, if her husband was fine with it, why are you worried about it?
Exactly, because he sure was standing right beside her.
He let her walk out of the house with that on. So, and she didn't wear that at the Oscar. It was an after party. Y'all need Vanity to sit down somewhere. Y'all still, they just don't like Sierra. Then they gonna show a picture. Oh, she had on clothes when she was with a Future. So they had a picture of Future where she had this outfit on, and then they had a picture of her and her husband with her barely with nothing on. I said, what's the difference if she was on the beach and she wore that same thing? Would she
so
still
what
be
is
the
it?
same person? Would she still be the same
know what
naked?
they was insinuating with that though. Like, are they trying to insinuate
let me shout out
that
the chat real quick.
if you become a single baby mama, that you would be less promiscuous than if you make them a married woman? Because that's what it seems like they're trying to insinuate.
Yeah, they showing they had both of the pictures together. So they had her and his Future one, and then this on Facebook. Then they had her and Thing. Oh, she had on clothes when she was with Future. Cause I'm in this club with this ring club called the Black YouTube something discussion. So you got this dude named Stan, old as fuck. He always whining about a woman. I said, that's why you ain't got no woman. You worry about everybody else woman.
Wait, let me just say, shout out to the chat. Wow, what's good, Hill? Wow, what's good? Moo.
See, Moomoo's reading my brain because while y'all were talking, I was thinking about Sharon Stone and Basic Instinct and the leg cross.
Wow, what's good, Sister Tequila, my baby sis? Wow, what's good, Sexy Red TV? Thank you.
And then look at Michael Douglas with, what was it, Fatal Attraction with Glenn Close, bending her over the kitchen.
Yeah, Sharon Stone opened up her whole legs and showed her whole pussy.
Look how many comedy skits she's had from that, and that took off her career for over how long? What, 25 plus years now? She's been doing like reenactments of that and talking about that.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show, how they compartmentalize things. And then when it comes to Sierra was in a relationship for Future than less than 2 years, wasn't it? She's been married longer to Russell Wilson than she ever was in a relationship with Future.
Mm-hmm.
But they're set on taking that woman down in one way or another.
But I'm saying, if she was on the beach with that same thing she on, she still been naked. She still had the same thing on. So what's the difference? She was at a party, and if you said it was called barely nude or
barely there,
yeah, barely
that was
there.
the thing.
That was the thing. So everybody wore that. So her husband knew that she had that on. And then a lot of times, they have on those stockings that's nude. You know how they have the stockings on that are real nude. It looks like your body.
Yeah, it looks like your skin.
It looks like your skin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, y'all need to get over it.
I love to police women's bodies.
Yeah.
Especially Black women's bodies.
And they tell me she should have stayed with Future. Stay with Future for what?
For what? How many baby mamas has he created since? And I've heard allegedly a rumor. I'll say allegedly because I don't need to be getting sued because I ain't got no money for y'all. But apparently he's got.
I ain't got it.
I seriously ain't got it.
She ain't got it. Then she got lost the appeal. Boy, I said, I'll be damned.
But allegedly he's got a child over here. But because of everything with the way that they like anything to do with children, there's child protection and clauses around it. So they won't release the name, but apparently she went to his record company about the claim because she couldn't get in contact with him in America and stuff like that. So the record company was dealing with it. So that piece of trash has children all over the place. But these emotionals want to turn around and say if it's a difference between choosing, a husband for your daughter when it comes to Future or Russell Wilson, they want to choose Future, who's creating baby mamas, who's spreading bacteria.
But I think a lot of them niggas,
shit all over the place.
A lot of them damn niggas they want what's his name, Russell Wilson on the low.
Mm-hmm.
Cause y'all talk about that man too much about his money. Y'all wish y'all could, just like that man said, he want to marry another man so he can get the benefits. Now you didn't cop off a white man that said that. A white man said that, and I think he was joking, and you took that shit for real.
Oh, I remember that. All the
He was on
responses and
what's the name?
conversations.
He was
That was
on
ridiculous.
Sandra G channel. Talking about he want another man and marry another man. You took something that a white man, y'all always copying out for somebody.
I wish they would just hurry up and, whether it's being a passport broho and go where they're
Yeah,
going,
go.
or if it's to go marry another man so you can get the
Go to
benefits, go do that. Stop telling
Thailand,
us about it.
Y'all can go to Thailand, wherever y'all want to go, and just stay over there. We want y'all to stay. Cause y'all been messing with them lady boys over there in Thailand, so y'all gonna stay over there. We don't need none of that.
Just cross England off the list, please, because we've got enough degeneracy over here, and I've seen the whole Thailand thing for years here. Do you get what I mean? When Goat was showing the some of the documentaries the other day, I've seen some of them back, and there's been other ones since. But I've known a few guys that have gone out to Thailand. Some of them have come back. Even during the pandemic, there's one guy, he went out how long ago? Didn't even know he was out there until my godfather says, oh, he's been out there for the last how long? He took a job out there. Now he's got a wife out there. He's got kids out there. But he came back during the pandemic with everything else that happened. But he's gone back as of a couple of months ago. So I'm just like, take that degenerate shit somewhere else.
For real. Take it. We don't care. It's like we want y'all to be gone already. Why are you still here? Bye. We don't care.
Do you get what I'm saying? And even when it comes to the UK, when it comes to that kind of degeneracy, as I was explaining to MJ and some of the ladies, it's still happening. It's just more covert, and it just changes shape, and it just changes location. So for the guys over here that can't afford Thailand anymore, they just take their degeneracy to Europe, to Amsterdam, to Spain, to Germany, to other places. That's why Amsterdam is having to change their rules, because half of these emotional degenerates can't afford to travel to Brazil anymore. They can't afford to travel to Thailand anymore because they just don't have the pockets for it, and with the expenditure that it costs to live now. So the closest thing is Amsterdam, where it's legal, but they're causing so much trouble over there, where their red light district is literally in the middle of the city. Because I've been to Amsterdam a number of times, and I accidentally ended up walking down the street, not run, even though I did some research on it, not realizing actually what it was. But
okay, wait, hold on, guys. Okay, I have somebody in the back, and she says that this is Fistina Palmet Rocket Vag DJ Wives.
It's Rochelle.
It says this is Rochelle. I don't think so, because Rochelle is in the chat under a different name.
She might have come under, it depends what profile she's coming under. Rochelle, put something in the chat and let us know if that's you or not.
The name is Fistina, like you fisting a woman sexually. Palmet Pocket Vag, like vaginal DJ Wives.
She comes up with some crazy names. It sounds like her.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah, they probably Rochelle. Rochelle be out the chain.
Rochelle.
Rochelle be out the chain.
Hold on, y'all be quiet. Rochelle, is that you?
Yes.
Girl, you play all day.
Even these names, I can't with you.
No,
she does this on purpose so that we'll say it loud.
My name, it says Fistina Palmet and Pocket Vag / DJ's wives, 3 wives.
Yeah.
His fist, his palm, and Pocket Vag. That's his 3 wives. That's what my name means.
Oh Lord, I was like, I am not about to get porn bombed. Shit on that. I was not taking that chance.
Oh my God.
No.
Yeah, you can change your name when you come up on StreamYard, but I still have the same name if I was to go in the chat as the other name. I can't change that name for 2 weeks, so I'm stuck with that name.
Yeah, I know. That's why when I first heard this Rochelle, I'm like, Rochelle just said she can't change her name for 2 weeks. Like, wait a minute.
I can't change my original channel name for 2 weeks, but I can change a StreamYard name. I can do that. But yeah,
What up, sis? How
no,
are
I was
you?
trying to come up here. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm just walking out of work. I ain't saying no goodbyes. I just left. I mean, that's what I do. But
That's what you
but no,
do.
I was just that's what I do. Yes, this is what I do. Like my shit is done. I'm leaving and I'm hungry. But no, I came up here because yeah, you guys were kind of on the topic about Sierra's dress and everything. And then about Future, they tried to put a side by side between Future and Russell. And I'm just like,
Girl,
so
it ain't no
basically
comparison.
that well, what that means to me, if I would have saw something like that, is that okay, so she dressed modestly and became a baby mama. And she dressed the way she did at that party and is a wife.
Oh, she
So
leveled up, leveled up, leveled up, leveled up.
yeah, she did. It's like they just sound ridiculous. It's like that was the
Yeah, that's
most piss
ridiculous.
poor example that you could give. Oh, well, we're gonna show a picture of the nigga she was with that made her a single mother and he's a deadbeat, and then try to sit there and make it seem like she's worse off and she's married. I thought marriage was the goal according to these niggas who
And they
once
mad because she
before
a
said it
wife
wasn't a
and a
goal.
mother.
Yeah.
And she got a husband who obviously liked what she had on.
Yeah, they just sound stupid. They always worrying about something that's not in their tax bracket. It's like stay your ass in the 25,000 a year tax bracket, talking point, conversation, opinion. Stay within that 25,000 a year opinion. Just do that. Don't worry about the millions tax bracket opinion. Like that's their
And I
Yeah.
wish
problem.
that
Yeah,
Sierra
when I
would
saw
give
that
them a
picture,
look.
I was like, dude, I sent him a message back. I said, why is you worried about that? You on here running your mouth all the time about a black women don't do this and black women, you don't even have no woman. You steady crying and your ass is old.
That's why it's
Yeah.
crying
And
because
you
we
know
would
how
want to be the one
disrespectful
with
these
Sierra
black
on his
men
own.
are. They critique other men's wives. This is
Yeah,
sad.
it's
It's going too
stupid.
They
far.
I mean they approach other men's wives. Like, I mean, granted, like it is what it is, but the dude that sat there and got shot by the white dude when he approached his girlfriend or wife or whatever, stop approaching men's women. Like, period. Any man, whether it's a black man, a white man, an Asian man, Latino man, stop approaching people's women if you don't want to get dealt with. And they're not going to approach Sierra anyway. They're just going to keep whining and crying
Yeah,
on their low
why?
budget ass Wi Fi and shit, knowing damn well that they would never be able to even sniff one of her lips, let alone fucking just be near her that close. So really, they're just gonna do the same thing they always do. It's like, don't
I
worry about
like
what.
Lil Cece. I like Lil Sierra.
I love Sierra. Her new song is coming out, and I'll blast that shit. And they're gonna be mad as hell while they all over Instagram trying to make it seem like that her song is the deconstruction of the black family. And I'm like, shut y'all stupid asses up. Like that shit been deconstructed at this point. Like,
Oh
stop
my
it,
god.
y'all. They really are on Instagram under her videos. Like when she's like promoting the new song that's coming out, they're like, well, you should be singing about black love and families. And okay, well, she was doing that, and was a single baby mama at that point.
But
And
you
then
ever notice this? And I noticed this about Sierra. Her personality to me, she's a very shy person. I bet you, unless she performing or something, well, she look like she would be walking around wearing sweatsuits. That is just the image she sells for her music and her modeling career. That lady is not like that.
I'm
Beyonce too. Beyonce,
Oh, you bogan, sis. Not
I'm
you,
bargain.
Mule. Not you, Mule. Rochelle's bogan.
I just feel like her and
oh
Beyonce are very humble and kind of probably very quiet people. I don't never hear nothing about them people, personal lives. So I mean, if she want to
You've
show,
never heard nothing about Beyonce? Where you been at, Mule?
I'm saying they private life.
No, I mean the things you hear about Beyonce is what people would consider quote unquote conspiracy theories, but
Like
and
what?
then you know
Ooh, it looks like the
demon in
internet got
her.
snatched her up.
Oh,
Yeah.
Beyonce internet don't want you to say nothing bad.
Damn. Let me go.
Beyonce internet gonna
Wait,
come get you.
can y'all hear me?
We can hear you though.
Can y'all hear me? Oh, yeah.
Look,
No,
you
it's the
said they
same.
seem real chill. Yeah, they don't seem like, and a lot of their songs is happy and party songs, and oh well, it's just music. Golly.
Yeah,
What
they
happened to the
literally are
freedom of
on
expression
Instagram.
and creativity? Sorry, sis. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. No, they really are on Instagram, basically blaming her song for deconstruction of the black family. Like I saw so many comments saying that, well, that's pretty hypocritical. You have a black family, and why are you trying to convince women not to have black families? And I'm like,
You talking about
y'all
Ciara
convince women
song?
not to have black families.
You talking about Ciara
Yes. I'm
song?
like, I'm
Yeah, that
blasting that
song is.
shit. Yes.
Even if you listen to what she was saying, she was giving us prop. She was giving the single woman prop. You was handling it. Even if you don't have a man, don't let them put you down. She not telling you to be single.
They they just they just
Go
didn't
ahead,
like the
Jay.
idea that she was saying independent. I'm like, well, what is that? Is that me?
Yeah, what is
Oh,
that?
somebody's got
No,
some
that's
weird
not me.
bugging going on.
Now that's you,
Yeah,
Mule.
can y'all? That's Mule.
That's you,
I don't know
Mule.
what she said.
Looks like we bugging out. Did I have the same energy for Nia when he was singing about Miss Independent? I just think
I
it's
asked that.
ridiculous. What's happened to freedom of expression and creativity? She's an artist. She comes from different.
No, that's you.
That's
It's
you.
you, Neil. You come back sounding a hot
You
mess.
sound like a robot.
I know. Bring our real sister Lima back. We don't want no AI robot.
It's all my fault. I mentioned the conspiracy theories about B.
Gosh.
Ever since
Yeah, that's
then,
what
things
I'm
been going
saying. That
haywire.
they
Thanks a
tripping
lot,
out.
Ree.
Like if you listen to the song, you would know what she's saying. It is. She not telling a woman to be single. She's saying if you are. She just
They
saying,
heard
give
independent.
me your props.
That was it.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
That's all we do.
independent. She's
They
saying that you
got a
independent,
handle with
still
that
keep
one.
your head up.
Well, they're on this big mass campaign basically of saying that we're just like the dirt of the earth because we're so-called the most independent women in the world and all this other stuff, and we're trash for that, and we need a man and everything. So right now they're on this campaign, this smear campaign about us being just the absolute worst. And then
But who gave us the independent name? Who gave us that name? Didn't the black man gave us that name? Didn't the black man wanted us to twerk and dance and do all this other bullshit?
He made
Now that
themselves
we doing it,
expendable.
they got an issue with it. They
Mm-hmm.
wanted all this.
All of that.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is that like it just is what it is. This is how our this is how our community is. And they act like that we're the only women that's out here just working and getting at the grind and stuff. It's like all different races of women that is working. This economy is shit.
It
So a
sure
lot of
is.
households have two paycheck households. So I don't know what the hell they think they're getting this, but nobody's about to depend on their $40,000 a year to take care of a damn household. We about to get out here and
Not
get
with
this shit
not with no
because
kids. You ain't
yeah,
you ain't gonna be able to do it. Food is going up high. I'm at the stove, so I know it's the food went up high, especially since the pandemic. Everything is shot up.
Yep.
yeah. I don't know what they expecting, but no, this the wrong time. Y'all could have been playing this shit in the 70s when y'all was running away from families and going to get milk and never returning back. You
Yeah,
can't
go and
play
get
this shit in
cigarettes. Going to
2023.
the get a pack of cigarettes, and then you never show back up, and they don't believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, the bottom line is we have to work. Whether we're single, whether we're in a relationship, whatever, we have to work. And that's just what it is. No, again, nobody is about to be like on this damn thing where we're trying hard to try to convince y'all that we're not independent so y'all can want us. No, like
But
at
they
the end
act
of the
like
day,
you
we
can't
don't.
be happy and single. They act like you can't be happy and single. You gotta have a man. No, you
They
don't.
don't want you to be happy and single. And the fact is, look how
I don't
many
want to
women
be bothered
all over the
sometimes. Leave
world
me the
are.
fuck alone. Shit,
It's like
God.
not every woman is married, isn't it? Like at this point in time, not every woman is married. There's women in different generations that are single. You got nuns who are blood clot single. It's like get over your emotional
Shoot, I
dust
done
mite
been
cells.
married. Shit, married ain't to be all. They don't. Being married don't what that mean. He can still cheat on you. He can still treat you bad. He can still have your head messed up.
It's just dumb
Yeah,
at this
no.
point.
And
They
they
think
try to
just like you
use it.
married, you gonna be happy.
Yeah, it's
No,
not
that's not
logical.
true.
And they try to use it as an insult, just like
Yeah.
I was, trolling on TikTok today, of course. And this dude wants to have this back and forth talking about us being independent and we shouldn't need child support. Then why do we ask for child support and alimony? I was like, really, it's about, the care of a child. If you create one and you trying to run away from responsibility, you need to take care of that child. So that actually ultimately comes down to accountability, which is what y'all don't like. But then I was like, but wait. Then he made a comment saying something. He brought up Pookie and Ray Ray having all the kids. I was like, but wait, if Pookie and Ray Ray have all the kids, is that me?
You bugging, sis.
I didn't hear.
Yeah,
What the hell?
you sound like a demon. You sound like a demon
Oh
or
my
something
God.
coming through here.
That sounds like some
is
exorcist
going
shit.
on?
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Rebuke it in the name of the